Hey boys, are you ready? Jack and me are ready. They have waited last second to release patch notes. Last second, cause why release patch notes earlier? Let's release the patch notes video at a random time, and then release the patch notes at the same time release the patch. So who's Jack? Who is Jack? Jack Daniels. Who else? So as usual, we're gonna check the patch notes, review patch notes, and then we're gonna deep dive into Immortal Empire's beta.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit?
I should visit. Today there'll be no new campaign, probably not even tomorrow, but once we check how things are, we're not gonna be starting campaign immediately this time. We are checking Immortal Empire's beta, all of it, all the changes, same like we did with the last look at the Warhammer 2 Immortal Empires.
God.
Thank you, Dr. Vector.
Holy shit. What the hell?
Thank you, Doctor, for giving 5 subs, and thank you, Gallus, for gifting 4 subs as well. So hopefully it's gonna be a long stream. I woke up in the morning, so I've been up already half a day, but I think I can manage a long stream even after being up all the half a day.
Holy shit. What the hell?
So the game is updating right now. It's a large update, nearly 20 gigabytes. Why do I hear? I almost feel like I'm hearing a microphone blowing. Maybe this one has gone to shit. You guys hear it as well?
Oh my god. Have you seen that?
I don't know. I'm imagining things.
Shit. What
I'm
the
imagining
hell?
things. Every now and then I'm feeling like somebody blows in my ears. Too much ASMRs these days. Okay, so let's review this. That's Jack. Now I haven't opened the whiskey yet. No,
Oh my
I'm waiting
god.
for
Have you seen that shit?
probably for Arcane. I think we're gonna do some kind of order which we check out the Immortal Empire's beta. I said I would go check the Slate of Kings first, but I feel like I'm gonna be disappointed. So let's do things in order, right?
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Okay. So we'll start with a review of the patch 2.0. This is a long-awaited patch for Warhammer 3. This is basically the Warhammer 3 everybody's been waiting for. This is the reason why there's been so much hate on Realm of
Have you
Chaos.
seen that shit? Holy shit.
Because there was no Mortal Empires on release. Erlikin gives another 10 subs. Thank you very much. Appreciate the love, guys. So Warhammer 3 got delayed once, and then it got released, and then it got delayed pretty much another 6 months
My god.
with that mini campaign.
Have you seen that shit?
And now we finally get the update 2.0, which is basically Immortal Empire's beta. So my expectations are not going to be very high because it's beta. Even if they don't fix the most obvious shit in the game, like some units, buildings, technologies, items,
Oh my god.
uh,
Have you seen that shit?
we're just going to, you know, take it easy. Not gonna get too mad about it. But like I said, I got Jack ready to, you know, take some blows from things they've forgotten. I've also created the Great Book of Bugs for all empires. And this one is no entries yet.
God. Have you seen that shit?
But I added also category for items. Because I feel like the items category should be special. I didn't really care that much for Realm of Chaos, because I didn't give a shit about Realm of Chaos, honestly. But now that the Immortal Empires is out, we're gonna care about way more things. Especially shitty blue items, and especially shitty unique items. Like half of them in Warhammer 3 were pretty shit. So we're gonna put it there and say a word or two about them. Jack has 20 usages with a 10-minute cooldown. Well, the medium bottle he has, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
Aren't some of the issues overlapping with the Realm of Chaos? Yes, they are, but since this is a new update for the game, we have to see if they fixed any of these old bugs that have been in the game for 6 years. They clearly, you know, are that's tough to clear, so they're gonna need another 6 years to fix, probably.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Okay. So, this is the video we checked yesterday randomly, so we're gonna check the again today. This is the patch notes video. Let's check it again.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
What the hell? It's the alert. Okay, get rid of the image. So we have a long stream ahead of us, boys. And if you're expecting campaign to start today, come back in a few days. If you don't care about jibber jabber, if you don't care about all this talking, criticizing, and reviewing the patch notes, come in a few days. And there is like another 50 people that play campaigns right now, so you can go watch them instead.
Total War Warhammer 3 Patch 2.0 has arrived.
Oh my
In addition to
god.
bringing you the Champions of
Have you
Chaos
seen that
DLC,
shit? Holy shit.
the Blood Pact DLC, and the first beta access to Immortal Empires DLC.
It looks like a Japanese
Updating
porn.
the core game to align each of the releases. These additions will be free for all players. The Warriors of Chaos will be receiving a campaign rework thanks to our 4 new legendary lords, with new faction mechanics including
Oh
Chaos
my
Gifts
god.
provide god-given
Have you
boosts for your
seen that
faction,
shit?
a vassal-based
Shut up,
settlement
Elich.
with dark fortresses and altars to act as the bloodline for your armies, warband recruitment to hire mercenaries from around the world, warband upgrades to level up your units with their experience in the battlefield, and Path to Glory, where dedicated characters will be able to gather boons and advance their power.
Why does this remind me of the Ogre big names?
Visual
My
changes have
God.
been made, including
Have you
hand-drawn
seen that shit?
occupation images for all
Holy
factions,
shit.
and an improved war coordination interface with quick access to all your allies and vassals.
The vassals thing looks promising, if it works.
Doom Knights of Siege, visual updates for Lore of Death and Lore of Metal, and a size increase for the Chaos War Steeds, as well as new combat animations.
Finally, beautiful Chaos
We've
Knights.
also tweaked the UI of the game
Oh
to add
my
more variety
God.
to the color palette.
Have you seen that shit?
On the Realm of Chaos map, 4 new provinces have been added. The Northern Wastelands, Albion, Marches of Kurun, and Middle Mountains. The 4 champions of Chaos...
This is strange, they're adding new regions
will not
to
participate in the race for
to a
Earth,
mini campaign.
pursuing their own agendas. Several new factions now present on the map as AI, including the Marches of Kurun, led by Luren Leoncourt's
my
vassal,
God.
Earl Adalbert, and
Have you
Wintertooth,
seen that shit?
led by Throg, the
Holy
Troll.
shit.
Weijin is now a 10-slot settlement for Cathay, and with the arrival of Azazel, Kurgan warband spawn rates have been further reduced north of the Bastion, and they can no longer declare war on most Chaos Aligned factions.
Thank you, Parik. But you
Automatic declaration of
Can
war
do it.
against
Can do
non-demon
it.
factions has been removed from Khorne, Seat, Demons, Chaos, and Nurgle.
Oh my god.
Allies
you
can now
seen
be
that
given an
shit?
occupy request in
Holy
addition to
shit.
attack and defend, which will encourage them to actively claim the settlement, including ruined settlements. Confederation has now been rebalanced, and allied outposts can now be.
Okay. I just thought of something. They added to the Champions of Chaos in the Realm of Chaos.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit?
They expanded the map.
What the hell?
Wouldn't the Realm of Chaos be perfect for the skin guy? What's his name? Oxyotl. Why isn't Oxyotl in the Realm of Chaos? Yeah, I think he would have been perfect for this campaign. And we'd have had a playable Lizardman in the Realm of Chaos.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy
He could even have unique campaign objectives that is not the crap Realm of Chaos, but something else. It's just crazy, right?
Battle reinforcement times now always accurate without any leeway. The immortality skill
my
now
God.
unlocks
What the hell is that?
for all characters. Demon Prince no longer
Cheat
requires
Wizard, why are you spamming us?
and vassals formed by
Thank you for
always join wars alongside them
thanks, Sugar Daddy.
and come with an increase in income. Boris Ursus now receives reduced penalties from Chaos Wasteland climates and generates devotion when holding Chaos Wasteland settlements. The Poison Chaos Warhound unit will be available in the core game for Kugat.
Have you seen that shit?
And we shifted a lot of the potential movement range bonuses from Scarbrand so that they start off a little bit lower and instead build up more over time over the course of the campaign, slowing down Scarbrand's initial rush potential while preserving the ability to pull off massive combos later on. And finally, for those who own Warhammer 1 and 2 and have access to the Immortal Empires campaign,
Finally, you mean the most important thing?
these two games have been brought across to Warhammer 3,
Yeah.
being re-implemented, reworked, and rebalanced to fight against the newer races of the trilogy, including reload time calculation adjustments, changes to healing
Reload time.
to shared spell laws, and
They
adjustments
did
to
something to the range attacks.
A big focus for patch 2.0 was squashing those pesky bugs. Fixes include, but not limited to, no more crashes for characters with non-standard characters in their names. Vassals are now more reliable for the player, and potential attackers will take into account who rules over them. Collision from corpses.
This is amazing. The unit's not getting stuck anymore. This is a little big.
Performance boosts in battles when units destroy incidental buildings. That's things like fences, crates, and market stalls. And lastly, the defense bonus from formation attack is now shown in the
Have you
UI.
seen that shit? Holy shit.
We hope you enjoy these new additions to the game. Read the full changelog for patch 2.0 on August 23rd at totalwar.com.
Yeah. Oh, this was the video. Hopefully the other Elch is not gonna be too loud, but I'll make sure it's I'm louder than him.
Oh my god.
Do I see any new achievements?
What the hell?
Let me see. Warhammer 3. It looks like they haven't added any achievements for Immortal Empires. Nothing. It's just everything is the same as before. They could have created like 200 achievements for Immortal Empires, but they didn't do anything about that.
Have you seen that
It was like a missed opportunity.
Holy shit. What the hell?
Okay, so the game did update. Let's turn it on. See how it looks like. Well, it's still a beta, you know, they could add achievements.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
They delete Warhammer 2 now? Yeah. You don't need to have Warhammer 2 installed anymore. Unless you want to play the old campaign.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Thanks, Zinwas. Okay, let's see. Oh no, don't give me that. Don't give me that. Ooh, look at that. Oh, is this supposed to be the new background? The Champions of Chaos? This is the default one. It looks like it's zoomed in. This is the Warhammer 3 team, and this is the first DLC.
God. Have you seen that shit?
I don't know, something. It looks like a low quality. Why is it such a low quality? Maybe it's because I'm playing in high resolution. Don't they know that 1080 is like 2016?
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
It's out of focus. I mean, I do like it, but the quality could be higher for sure. So, what do we have here? I forgot what I wanted to check.
God. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
So we click on the campaign now. New. The last guy is the prologue. Hopefully we never have to play this again. And there it is, Immortal Empires Beta, boys. Oh, this looks cool. Immortal Empire is a vast sandbox campaign encompassing the entire Warhammer world with open-ended objectives that provide the ultimate Total Warhammer experience.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What?
The beta label means we still have some work to do, so it's not the finished article. There's plenty to enjoy, with empires to raise, battles to fight, alliances to forge, and enemies to conquer. We also have a number of bugs to fix, balance passes to do, and content systems to improve.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
You haven't missed anything. The patch is updated, and we're about to check the patch notes.
Sigma's will.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Warrior King.
Have you seen that shit? Holy
For
shit.
Bretonia, I fight!
What? Why is this not available? You have to claim it again? Oh man.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
It's beta, boys. It's beta. Hold your horses. They did release some kind of what I'm called Total War Access is no longer Total War Access, but it's now C account because they're releasing some random multiplayer game.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the
But it looks like they messed up the DLCs.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
If you go to claim this thing here, look at this. It asks you to install Warhammer 2, but we need this for Warhammer 3.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Okay, so those guys are not available. Anyways, so let's check the patch notes. The much anticipated update 2.0 is here, and it's a... They could have put a buggy here. And it's a buggy. Biggie.
Oh my god.
Dot.
That shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Does anybody even care about their Overwatch game? It's like... Who the hell even asked for that? Warhammer 3 library? Warhammer 3 library manage DLC.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the
But everything is installed. Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god.
Man, this Elich in the background is so fucking annoying. Actually, scratch that dirt road, it's humongous. On top of introducing the brand new Immortal Empires game mode to Warhammer 3, it also rolls in a massive changelog improvements to nearly every area of the game. From the campaigns and multiple settings to the UI and the visual of the game.
Oh my god.
Okay, oh my god, have you seen that shit? We're seeing it.
What the hell?
Shit was did this on purpose. He could have just donated money instead of gave half that money to Twitch. He wanted me to hear that spam for like 50 times. Where were we? With the arrival of the Warhammer 1 and 2 Legend Lords and factions, the bulk of them have also been lovingly re-engineered for the inclusion of Immortal Empires, as have a huge number of battle maps also been introduced from the previous games. So we basically went over the summary of Warhammer 2 Immortal Empires just before this in a series of videos to get familiar with it.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
And we'll see about that, how they got re-engineered. We'll see about that. Okay, so what do we have here? Here is just a small sampling of the big improvements coming in update 2.0. Holy shit, there's a lot of stuff. Look at this. Hopefully, half of that is not in Chinese.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Demon factions will no longer automatically declare war on non-demon factions. This is for both Mortal Empires and Immortal Empires.
Oh my god.
Did I say Mortal Empires and Immortal Empires?
Holy shit. What?
It's both from the Realm of Chaos and Immortal Empires. Goddamn, it's Bloomcool's. It's his fault. Alongside attack and defend requests, you can now ask allies to occupy settlements, including colonizing ruins.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
There's something off with microphone settings, but I'll try to pretend that everything is fine. You guys don't have any weird sounds on your end? Hey, Fialovic. Good for you. Maybe it's my headset is dying.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy
Alongside attack and defend requests, you can now... Okay, we have rebalanced confederation. We have rebalanced confederation, so it's harder to confederate minor factions, but easier to confederate major ones. I'm a little bit worried about this. Because
Oh my
in Warhammer 3,
Have you seen
you
that
can't offer money to complete confederation. So this is a little bit worrisome, and minor factions seems to be more important to confederate than the major ones. So I feel like they just reversed the issue here.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
We have completely overhauled the front end and faction select UI for improved usability.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
On the battle side, we improved the battle AI's capture point behavior, its target priority regarding barricades enemy units, and the effectiveness of its melee and range unit positioning. Well, that kind of sounds like huge. It could be related to the AI being indecisive. So, to be seen.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
We have adjusted the reload time reductions for range units so they are easier to understand and don't scale to the point where stacked reload reductions buffs make range units overperform outrageously. So, the way I see it here, they either increased the reload times,
Have you seen that shit?
brought them closer to the base over 10 seconds, so closer to 10 seconds and higher, and or lower the reload time bonus from experience on the range units, which made the range units overpowered and auto-resolve and overperform. Player versus AI and AI versus AI.
God. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Okay.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
What the hell? Most Warhammer 1 and 2 factions have undergone some level of overhauling for Immortal Empire, some to a lesser and some to a greater extent, with years of tweaks and balance ahead for the game mode. I wonder what they've done with the battle skills. I feel like the battle skills might have taken a hit on the Warhammer 2 factions.
What the hell?
This release represents a huge step forward to Total Warhammer 3, and we will be able... my phone is like ding, 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 ding. Somebody's sending me messages all the time. We'll be working out alongside the community to determine the areas where it can continue to evolve and grow in the months and years to come. Want you to understand your impressions on things like the balance between factions, trends you're spotting across the campaigns you play, or anything that just rubs you the wrong way. The official channels are open to healthy discussion. Hear that, Hashud? Healthy. Debate and yes, even criticism.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit!
Take the time to play with the changes, organize your thoughts, and then work with others to build consensus around what you'd like to see evolve in the game. Well, they finally accept criticism, guys. It's taken them 6 years, but they finally take it.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
Oh boy, that's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, ho ho ho. That's yeah. Are we finally getting proper patch notes? I have to restart the game and the Steam.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit!
I have to be careful how I turn on the Steam. I installed 2 games yesterday. They keep popping up. Let's restart here.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
Let's see, maybe it works this time. It feels like every time they add more into the patch notes, but every time they miss some stuff as well.
Bring me to my men.
Oh my god! Have you seen
Looks
that
like it
shit?
works now.
Holy shit!
Restarting Steam. The starting Steam did work. Yeah.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit?
Release Spotlight. There's a lot here. Holy shit, look at this, it's barely moving. Here's some of the big features worked of the Spotlight in update 2.0. Immortal Empire's beta, the most important thing about Warhammer 3.
My god! Have you seen that shit?
The biggest addition is in update 2.0 is Immortal Empire's world-encompassing vision we have been working towards since the original Turbo Warhammer launched in 2016. This colossal campaign mode includes all the races, Legend Lords, faction and units from across the entire trilogy in a single unified campaign map representing the broad continental sweep over the Warhammer world. Immortal Empires is initially launching as a beta, as there is still a ways to go before we consider it complete. I wonder how many bottles of Jack Daniels will be completed by the time this is released. Merging this much content from across several games has been a monumental task. And there is still some work to do as we collect feedback, monitor the gameplay and update it over time to address balance concerns and bugs. For more information you can read this blog post.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
Okay, they're basically telling you that you need to own all the games. So you have to own all 3 Warhammer games if you want to play Mortal Empires. And at least they did a good thing today, guys. They did actually a good thing today, which I was kind of surprised to even see. But look at this. Warhammer 1 and 2 are bundled 75% off.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
So that's very generous of them to do it on the release day instead of keeping it full price, it'll just like 30% off. It's still a lot when you combine everything, but if it beats the full price. Full price is very expensive.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit!
Warhammer 3, I think it's 10% off. So they did a good discount there. Booba game leaked. We're talking about Booba game leaked. There's no Booba games on that screen.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Okay, features. Immortal Empire is a campaign mode in its own right with its own specific set of features. Access up to 86 Legend Lords from all 3 titles, many of whom have undergone campaign tweaks and unit balance changes to level the playing field with the Warhammer 3's races. The work is ongoing. That's an understatement. Bellicor is now a Legend Lord with his own faction. Hell yeah. Bellicor is just... they put too much into Bellicor not to create his own faction, right? Bellicor is one of the most powerful lords, and him leading a faction will be interesting to see.
Oh my god.
Dedicated factions for Gromberdal, Helman Gorst, Walkman the Grim, Sequel the Magnificent, and Kolek Sun Eater. New starting location for 29 Legendary Lords. Improved personal faction mechanics for selection of older Legendary Lords such as Walkman the Grim. So Walkman the Grim will not be doing the Empire politics, would be quite weird from the Southlands, right?
Holy shit.
A new sea lanes feature which allow you to move armies between distant lands and continents from one side of the map to the other without leapfrogging them all the way across the map. Hey Homer, good morning. New dynamic endgame scenarios, randomized mid to late game challenges we are introducing to challenge the late game steamroll, where the player is so powerful that there's little to no challenge left and less of a reason to complete the campaign. Sounds like, you know, a normal campaign mentality. Revamped victory conditions, most players don't end up finishing campaigns, and we want to give them better reasons and a greater level of satisfaction for doing so. As such, we've simplified the victory requirements to more meaningful objectives while avoiding any arbitrary playstyle requirements. That sounds good. This probably was one of the most important things to do in Warhammer 2. This thing here. A Booba game leaked. Well, I posted the Booba games yesterday in Murati's dungeon. If you want to see which ones I play. Like, what the hell? There's nothing to leak. Corruption rework. Players will have new tools for spreading or reducing corruption through more active usage of their armies. Small amounts of natural reduction will also be available to uncorrupted factions. I want to know if they actually fix the chaos corruption attrition. The AI has too high resistance to it and it makes it really bad. And I can't believe people are not complaining about this en masse for this to be a top priority to fix. I mean, Vampire Corruption has always been working in that regard, but the Chaos Corruption has always been underwhelming in that regard. Yeah, Champions of Chaos. So this is the second DLC of Warhammer 3. The first one was Ogres, but we're not gonna count Ogres. So this is the first DLC for Warhammer 3. It's coming also with the rework of Wars of Chaos, the worst DLC of the entire series, because it was so bare bones, lacked minimal effort, because they planned to do it for the Warhammer 3 game all along. Hope they done him justice, because it was so poorly compared to other factions that got released over time. So the first DLC. The first DLC and the worst DLC finally got a rework. I'm looking forward to see what they've done about it. Arriving day and date with the Immortal Empire's beta update is the Champions of Chaos Lords pack, now available for Total War Warhammer 3 on all stall fronts. There's also seems to be the most expensive Chaos Lord, the Lord pack they released so far. It's pretty much cost like a campaign pack. But they did 4 lords instead of 2, so I guess it's fine. Apparently, if you didn't check the integrity of the game before downloading the patch, you might have issues with the game to the point where you have to reinstall the whole game. If you're one of the unlucky ones, sorry for your loss. It's just the patch stuff, you know. They did mess up the whole install folder. The Champions of Chaos lore pack introduced 4 new Legend Lords instead of the usual 2 in the previous lore packs, each line with one of the 4 ruinous powers. Each champion has risen through the ranks thanks to their infamous deeds to become the favorite of the 4 Dark Gods. We got Valka the Bloody, who looked and sounded amazing, I have to say. The Deadly but Demonic Consort of Khorne. Festus the Lich Lord, the Ranged Plague Doctor of Nurgle. Azazel, Prince of Damnation, the ecstatic heir of Slaanesh. This guy might be one of the very first Demon Prince of Slaanesh in the lore as well. Village the Curseling, the conjoined Sorcerer Twin of Zinj. The meme material creepy guy. Players can embark on new crusades of destruction with brand new gameplay features and mechanics, wreak havoc with a host of new battlefield units, master new narrative-driven campaign mechanics that will unearth the fabled path to Zombie Jin. It's basically like a follow-up to the Realm of Chaos campaign. The Champions of Chaos are playable in the Realm of Chaos campaign and of course in Immortal Empires. For more information on everything coming to the Champions of Chaos Lord pack, check out our recent blog post. How does this look like?
Master of fire.
What? Why they did not let this to be skippable? Oh, look at this tiny baby campaign. Warriors of Chaos, huh?
Behold your beatific master.
Damn, Azazel had such a cool voice. Oh nice, it actually shows the starting army. Damn. It shows the starting army but doesn't show the starting Legend Lord. What? Why is there no Legend Lord unit card here? Because that's not important. So you start with him plus these 5 units but doesn't show him. ...181 leadership, 139 attack, 160 defense. What the hell? What in the... Goddamn, these Chaos Warriors Slaanesh are... It's something. What in the... Well, oh, this is not the beta, guys, but it's all fucked up, yeah. How did that happen? It looks like they might receive plus 100 for some reason.
Germs and viruses fill their sinuses. Blissful triumph awaits.
Damn, they gave Azazel a very good voice. So, Warriors of Chaos. This is Azazel. The Aesthetic Legions, nice. His model looks incredible. Diplomatic relations plus 80 with Empire, Kislev, Katem, Bretonia. 80 is a lot. 80 is a lot. Even on top of a version. Vassals gain immune psychology and spread Slaanesh corruption, can seduce units, applies and benefits from seductive influence and gives to Slaanesh. So this is the faction effect. Also ability dominating aura, and you can actually see it now. So the enemies in his range lose attack and defense as they lose leadership. Seduce units cost -1% for Emperor, Bretonia, Kislev, and Kate units. Seduce units budget for 75%. This looks like very good. Seduction is a powerful mechanic, and any reductions and budget increases is very good. But this guy wants to go deal with Empire Kislev Tembertonia. He likes men. So he wants to go for man. The world of man.
I am the sickness and the cure.
This guy's another demon. But very interesting model. Looks like the stats are all messed up. Look at the Chaos Warriors of Nurgle. They get 9,800 health. Holy shit!
Behold your beatific.
I'm glad they're not going with copy pasta. Because the Chaos Warriors standard health pool is 9,000, but they gave the Nurgle boys extra 800. Increase hit points, increase melee defense. So the Nurgle Chaos Warriors are all the tougher on the base. Huh. So what does this guy do? He's leading the Fecundites. "23 speed, oh man, come on. 23 speed, here, this shit again? Haven't they learned nothing with the Plague Bears? There should not be a unit in the game with 23 speed. When are they gonna learn? 26 should be the lowest speed in the game. What the fuck? They have learned nothing. Vassals gain poison attacks and spread Nurgle corruption, can brew plagues, souls plus 25 and plague is spread. These guys have something with souls. Or is this a new resource for old Warriors of Chaos? It's heavy dotted Nurgle Warriors. Well, you can defend this, but even 28 is slow. 26 should be the lowest speed. 28 is slow already. There is no reason to give anybody 23.
Behold your beatific.
Like Chaos Warriors Unleashed have 33 speed. For Chaos Warriors, that's definitely almost... It's almost as fast as the Empire guys. So they just did the +5 speed to Slanesh and -5 speed for Nurgle.
I am the sickness and the cure.
So that extra health doesn't mean much because they lost quite a bit of speed on already a slow unit. Plague duration +3 turns, armies in province, so where he is, whole province. Battle healing cap +25% for his army, Lord's army. Finally, guys, I cannot really state how much I'm happy right now seeing they're finally modifying healing cups. This has potential to make the vampires disgustingly good. Especially stuff like Vlad, Isabella, and anything with regeneration like the Sternsman. Makes me very happy to see healing caps being modified. This was a thing we were talking about years ago. It should be parts of a faction like the vampires. And finally, there's some guy with a brain and character assembly still that put this in the game. This is huge. This is huge. And this might be beginning of separating single player and multiplayer. I wonder if this is just going to be a thing on the Lords, or will there be skills, traits, and/or technologies and other things that will further increase this. And hopefully another interaction on the stats. I smell bugs, especially with the percentages. CA and percentages, I don't know. It's always off. This guy looks pretty amazing with this thing alone. It's gonna be interesting to see how tough his army can get. Put it back up. Where's Jack? Jack is next to me.
Blessed are the takers of skulls.
Damn, she looks good. Where's that picture? That's the first one. It's interesting, guys. On the release day of Immortal Empire's beta, the large bottle, the 1 liter bottle, was all sold out. Very curious. Okay. Holy shit, she looks good. Kekwi. I disabled Kekwi. She looks like a knobhead. She looks scary. She's scary and intimidating. She started with Skull Crushers, tier 5 unit. Having this unit early on is fun.
Germs and
It matters not from whence the blood flows.
Damn, the voice actor is very good.
The Axe-Father's halls are only for the worthy. Blessed are the takers of skulls.
They definitely continue to do a good job with the voice actors. Has access to bloodletting, campaign mode range, +10% after winning a battle, all characters that is a rampage. Soul gains from sacrificing characters was 30%. Vassals against friends and spread corn corruption. Passive ability, Gaze of Corn. Affects allies in range. All. That's a different wording. So small damage buff and small leadership buff. This is bare bone stuff, but it works all the time. So she gets constant 4 leadership and 5% damage. It's hard to say if it works on her, because they changed the wording. Campaign movement range was 35% after enemy retreats for battle. This is an interesting one. So you want to have a crazy elite army on her, and you want the enemy to retreat. But when they retreat, they usually spend more than 35 movement. So situational, this could be very good. At least the retreats will be less annoying, especially around. Legion of the Gore Queen, nice. Very cool looking emblem as well, Valkyrie the Bloody.
the attention's all on me.
Goddamn, this guy looks amazing.
You wish to serve the Twisted Twin?
What the fuck? This is the thing that keeps children from sleeping at night. Children, behave. This guy has 5 eyes.
Master of misrule.
Village the Curseling, Puppets of Misrule. I've been thinking about this recently. There should be a lord in the game, or at least a legendary item in the game, which takes abilities away from the characters and units that you've killed. So, if you kill like a unit of trolls, you would get regeneration. If you kill the unit that has frenzy, you would get frenzy, and so on to like endless stacking. Now that would be quite a unique thing to have in the game, and a different thing to have fun about around. So this is the realm of. He starts on the in the Red Wastes, like a headhunter from Path of Exile. Yeah, something like that. They could add this to a couple of lords, or make it unique with a mechanic on some of the lords. He starts in Albion. They added Albion to Realm of Chaos.
The Axe-Father's halls are only for the worthy.
That's a weird start. So close to Kislev. Why did she start here?
Blessed are the takers of skull.
You wish to serve
What
the twisted twin.
Isn't this where the Legion of Chaos starts? What the? Oh, there's a lore button here. This is the first DLC stuff.
You wish to serve the twisted twin.
Vassals gain increased barrier hit points and spread Zinch corruption. Has access to change of the ways, forces receive benefits for having high winds of magic. Converts a portion of own battle casualties into souls. Well, that's interesting. If the souls are useful, you can have several units in the army to feed the souls, like marauders. Self-harm. Has access to Zinch teleport stance. Still, plus 15% of the experience earned by other lords. Steal. So everybody else will be leveling slower while this guy is until this guy's rank 50. Maybe even while he's rank 50. I don't think that's a positive. That's a terrible negative. Because Legendary Lord will be leveling ahead of time anyways. But if it doesn't steal, if it generates additional experience, so when you stack lords, this could be very good. Best ability, Twisted Twin. Effectiveness increases with the time spent in the melee or casting spells. Ooh. Wow. Valka gets that minor buff and he gets this. What the hell? Spell mastery up to 20% and 8 defense and 8 attack. That's a crazy buff. It's like almost 3 skills in one. Oh, that's an ability.
The Axe-Father's halls
This is
are
crap.
only for the worthy.
It works on the other characters, but she's flying, so... It's a minor buff, but it works on more characters. I feel like the effect range on this one should have been larger.
Common wants you.
This guy is actually a pretty good one. This is actually... This is unique. Well, this is just lazy crap.
Blessed are the takers of skulls.
Blissful triumph.
This one is good as well, Fistel Nash. Doesn't get any. Teleport stance usage cost by 75% wins of Magic Lord's army. So he might not get technology that makes it free. But this guy seems like a really durable army. This 25% is a lot. This basically means if the modifier just add up, this means this giant has 25,000 health. 25,000 health. Can have 25,000 health. That's a lot. The healing cap is 75. 75% of this. So it's not gonna be 100% now. What the? They added missile resist to giants? Is this new? Took them 6 years. This is huge for this hell pool. Okay, what are we with the rest of the stuff? Blood for the Blood God. Let's hit that monitor again.
Oh my god. Have you seen
Thank you,
that
ladies.
My father taught me much in his short life. He told me, we do not explore frontiers. We tame them. We do not climb mountains. We conquer them. We do not despair, Chaos. We are Kislev. We do not have blood. We have eyes.
They want to get some shitty August, and now they're gonna think they're gonna take Scarbrand on.
Cannot be spilled. My father died a fool.
That's why we need blood for those monitors. This is the best part. Blood for the Blood God. Finally we can play Scarbrand.
Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne.
Goddamn, Scarbrand is so cool. Is the blood in the game? Yep, blood effects. There's also dismemberment. We can also now change the interface. Green, red, default, and blue. Not purple or pink. I'll keep it on default so the game picks which one is suited the most. We could also put Shekel Redeem which interface to use, right? Okay, what's next? Also coinciding with the launch of Immortal Emperors and Champions of Chaos is Blood for the Blood God Effects Pack. This DLC is available on all digital storefronts, unlocks a whole new world of blood and gore effects in Warhammer 3. Hopefully it doesn't kill the performance. Regarding performance, the parts for the new PC have started arriving and should be assembled with a graphic card when the graphic card arrives. I'm buying it tomorrow. It doesn't matter which one is going to be available tomorrow, I'm just ordering one tomorrow after the first one being cancelled. And the first campaign will be played on the old PC with blood on, so we can compare the performance with new PC, which will be used for the second campaign already. Okay, so you only have to buy one when you get it for all 3 games. Which GPU? 380 Ti. Probably get the cheapest one, because they still vary a lot in price. The Blood for the Blood got 3 introduced the following to all 3 games. Blood spurts, gory pattern unit models, limb and head dismemberment, humanoids and non-legendary characters. Zombies and skeletons may continue to fight after dismemberment. I just bought 380 12 gigs yesterday. That's probably the best buy right now, Miss Leander. 380 with 12 gigs of memory. Prices are pretty nice for those. Explosive jibbing from deadly mid-torso strikes, blood range UI elements, random global campaign events that generate great carnage and battle. What? We already had this in the game, even without this. In addition, new features have been added to Warhammer 3 for owners of the pack, slider to fine-tune the amounts of blood generated, specular particles and specular blood visual effects, new textures and shaders, blood effects for all characters and units in Warhammer 3. Well, I think the most important thing in this game, they have at least decent performance for 30 FPS, but if you have a high-end PC, I want the VFX detail to work on high or ultra. Because it makes some of this stuff look really good, and this is one of the most demanding things in this game. If you combine this with the shadow detail on high, which gives you the real quality of picture, well, you do need a high-end PC to work on good FPS. Because this one is very important for quality of the spells, for example. You're gonna have a really good looking Pit of Shades, or if your Pit of Shades is gonna look like PlayStation 2 stuff. Okay, let's see what else is here. Holy shit, it's so much, it's like it's barely going down. Barely going down. Improvements made to the overall stability and performance of the game. Okay, let's see. Fix a crash that could occur during AI army recruitment. I don't think that ever happened to us. We did had 7 crashes so far. One crash was so bad they didn't even create a proper crash report. Fix the frame rate stutter caused by units passing through and destroying incidental buildings or scenery. I think we experienced this in walled cities. Fix the assault lock trigger when using diplomacy to threaten a faction who then declare war on the player as a response. I've never actually tried to use threaten because it feels like feels off. Maybe we should try to use threaten more in the future. But it feels like it's just a bad thing to do. Fix an issue which resulted in game benchmarks permanently hiding certain elements of the UI, preventing any further interactions until the client was started. Fix the crash triggered by quickly selecting a unit in the unit panel immediately after disbanding a lord. Oh yes, I know about this one. Heard about this one. I think it actually happened to us back even in Warhammer 2. Fix the red crash triggered by the players living the multiplayer campaign. Hey Derek, thank you. Okay, what do we have here? Below are changes made to the gameplay rules, AI, and other mechanics that dictate how the game is played. Damn, we got pictures. Rules and systems, diplomacy. You guys remember how I started my jibber jabber? When we started it, talked about alliances, vassals and confederations. Oh, it's the important stuff, right? You can actually see the list now on the right side. This actually gives you a better overview. This is a quality of life. There's definitely quality of life here, and there's also now more options. Okay. We have made several adjustments to the diplomacy system used throughout the Warhammer 3 experience. Allies can now be issued occupy orders in addition to attack and defend orders, which will encourage them to actively claim a settlement or colonize ruined settlements. Allied outposts can now be constructed outside of province capitals. Oh, this one is kind of important, especially for the smaller factions. You're gonna have only guaranteed access to their units, right? Also help their minor settlements. Rebalance the base version for several factions, generally improving their relations with others. This is most beneficial to the Ogre Kingdom, so looks like they lowered most of the aversion. Reduce the amount of threat generated by all factions. These two sound like... I don't know. It sounds good and bad at the same time. Hopefully, I mean, who they tested it like we are gonna be testing it. It sounds like they might have made things passive, more passive. It makes sense for some factions, but all factions, I don't know. Think about. Well, it's beta, so things will change over time, right? Factions will now once again consider previous positive and negative events related to dead factions when interacting with live ones.
God. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
So that was not intentional in Realm of Chaos. Thank you, Douglas. So that was not intentional how they did in Realm of Chaos. So this is back in Immortal Empires. Players will no longer receive their ability rating penalties when forced into a war via Elector Count Dilemma. Ooh, okay, one fix here. That's a fix that definitely triggers some people. Issue that triggered some people in the past. This is good. It's good they're actually fixing these things. I wonder who gave input on this one. There's no way they got they realized that this was a problem on their own. No way. Reduce the relative likelihood of war declaration. Is it me or they lowered the bad RNG here? So basically they did this, and then they did this all at the same time. This is gonna make a lot of factions more passive for sure. It looks like that's three big changes at once. You know what this is, guys? This is basically, you have that one faction that has no enemies, and you can invite them to war easier, and other factions can invite them to war against you easier as well. Does this mean these factions will just stay passive with no targets, or it'll be harder to invite them to war? No, I haven't started drinking yet. No, I'm just drinking some Coke Zero right now. Rebalance the amount of gold offered in gifts, and it was previously more efficient to send numerous small gifts rather than a single large gift. Well, took them a while for this one. So, they definitely put some thought into diplomacy stuff. Reduce the number of deals the AI can make from 3 to 2 per turn. Is this because so you don't get spammed every turn with most turns 3 instead of 2? You know, when the AI opens diplomacy to offer you a deal, so they lowered it by third. It does look like they did some big changes regarding this. Friendly factions will no longer charge their allied player with ultimatums. Friendly factions will no longer charge their allied player with ultimatums. What the fuck does that mean? Friendly factions will no longer charge their allied player ultimatums. The only thing I can think of on this one is when they demand gold from you, which has no downside if you refuse. A change has been made which should make loaning armies significantly cheaper while maintaining a similar cost of for full attacks. I guess in Warhammer 3, if you refuse, it's war, right? So it made no sense for Warhammer 3 compared to how it was ran in Warhammer 2. If they threaten you, right? A change has been made which should make loaning small armies infinitely cheaper while maintaining a similar cost for full stacks. Reduce the base allegiance cost for loaning army, increase the additional cost per unit. Okay. There's actually definitely something about this. You can add a different playstyle to the campaign. I do like this, and I like that they're actually expanding on this. When we're gonna start as I'm gonna go through all the factions before deciding. Demon War Declaration. You guys crazy if you guys think we're gonna start a campaign today. We're probably gonna be reading this shit and checking shit into the night until I fall asleep, and then the same again tomorrow. Dev note, while lore appropriate, the automatic declaration of war by the demon factions led to several undesirable behaviors, such as preventing factions exploring the map to avoid triggering a war. This is notable in Immortal Empires, where Chaos factions are more likely to encounter non-Chaos factions early in the campaign, so we removed the automatic war declaration behavior from most of the factions who previously had it, the exception being those that act as opponents in the Realm of Chaos campaign and merge from rifts. Nevertheless, Chaos factions retain extremely high aversion penalties with most non-Chaos factions and will largely ignore positive diplomatic events with them. Don't expect Karl Franz and Scarman to become best friends anytime soon. Well, this is a pretty good decision. Khorne's National and the Demons of Chaos will no longer automatically declare war upon encountering non-demon faction. Well, I definitely understand this from the gameplay perspective, and I think that's a good thing. Confederation. It is now slightly harder to confederate minor factions. Slightly harder to confederate minor factions. Had I even played the Ogre campaign, these guys? It's literally impossible to confederate minor faction. But considerably easier to confederate major factions. I feel like they just reversed the issue here. Apart from Kislev and the Greenskins, AI major factions will no longer confederate each other outside of extremely rare circumstances. Okay, that's huge. That's huge. I don't want to see Empire and Dwarves confederating major factions. And I don't want to see Skaven confederating ever. They should just disable it. This is a good one. You guys remember nearly a half of the Immortal Empires, Queek and Snitch confederating and literally just destroying the game. Especially if you're on the other side of the map. Also, one of the worst thing about Mortal Empires, in my opinion. Queek and Snitch confederating, and vice versa. For some reason, I find the Skaven confederating and keeping Legend Lords this will be like the biggest brain damage of Warhammer 2. That shit made no sense. There is no general mechanic with the Skaven regarding the Council of 13. There's no council members. And all these guys working together, or they're already working for somebody, and they would merge their factions with literally no penalties, and then they become one faction. It's not a confederation, guys, remember, it was a hostile takeover. And the Skaven were basically just a copy past of everybody else. It was like... It's making no sense to me. And then they disable it for the Tomb Kings, while the Skaven can confederate. That's like, makes no sense. Embedded hero bonuses. With the addition of the new marked exalted heroes, the hero embed effects require some adjusting to avoid overlapping. Blood Reapers now apply increased ability. Oh man. Korn with his rampage getting increased mobility. And no more training. Oh man. Somebody still has working brain cells. This is a big buff for Korn and Legion of Chaos. Big buff. Plague Reader now has increased replenishment. They had mobility though, not the Legion of Chaos. Blood Reaper was training. And Cultist can be used for other things. Plague Reader has replenishment. So looks like Nurgle got amazing hero abilities now. Both mobility and replenishment. Battle reinforcement times, there was a margin of inaccuracy built into reinforcement arrival times based on the level of difference between the lords involved in a battle. This effect was minor and added confusion, so it has been removed. But there's a couple of things that they actually buff this, so what's about those buffs then? Well, Scarbrand starts the Blood Reaper and not with the Cultist, so I think that's big. Gets you going faster. This is like what like. So what are those skills gonna do with Zinch? The effect they remove this.
Dragon Lord, keeper of the Destiny Scroll.
Huh. They did change it here. Because now they basically just removed it now. Wonder what they've done with the Legion of Chaos skill. We're gonna have to check it when we check the Legion of Chaos. Reload time calculation. Okay, let's see. Will the range meta reign supreme, or will it be toned down now? Previously, all range units had an innate hidden reload time reduction baked into their base stats, ranging roughly between -7 and -15%. This variance led to several issues, some as simple as base reload times appearing as decimal values in the UI rather than nice round numbers, to complex problems with how additional reload time reductions were calculated, as taking reload reduction effects scale under different circumstances, often scaling DPS exponentially, and how other gameplay systems play over the value. Well, no shit. Well, never has this been more clear than with Torek and his Quarrelers. I wonder if Torek and his Quarrelers is no longer gonna be the best arm because of this change. Which basically gave you always no casualties and auto win, right? So Torek might no longer be the strongest auto-resolver lord in the game. And why are these things hidden? Hidden. I was definitely something off there. I thought it was basically how reload time reduction scaled with experience, but there was something hidden on top of that. To address these issues, we are removing the innate reductions on all units except the Regiments of Renown, which will still see reductions, though we want to maintain their veterans status to some extent. So Regiments of Renown are units more special than before, huh? This will result in a slight reduction to DPS of ranged units across the board, though the exact impact will depend heavily on context. Generally speaking, it will be the smallest in units without any campaign buffs. And more noticeable in the situation where multiple reload time reductions have been stacked on a unit. So Torek. Stuff like Torek and High Elves will see this the most. Let's see, like...
I am Prince and Emperor. We must preserve.
Light of the Acer.
Yeah. Great! Thank you for the starting army window that is bugged that we can't even see the stats. There seems to be the original numbers, but the stats are bugged for some reason. Can open the window here. Oh, we can see here. Yeah, this is the original Sister of Allorn. If I'm not mistaken, these have 9 reload time, like most bows. Now they get 10 seconds. So they basically remove the hidden thing. .2. It looks like they might have also lowered the bonus. It looks like it scales differently now with experience. So the reason why the experience was overbuffing the range units was because of that hidden modifier. And then you have a buff from the experience on the hidden modifier, then you get a battle skill modifier, they get a technology modifier, and some other modifiers like unique skills, and then you get ridiculous stack. So that just by removing that hidden modifier, one modifier is gone now, which will make the rest of the modifier do much less as you get more of them. That's actually a big deal. You can already see here a veteran Sisters of Avalorn are not that much better than the ones with no veterancy and a hidden modifier. So this is a big change in damage on all the Sisters here. So this one has a hidden modifier, and it looks like the experience no longer scales with it. That's a big change. They're probably gonna lose like 15% damage on the base, like 10 to 15% easy. This is also going to affect auto resolve, but these units are still going to be very powerful. This is also going to be affecting the organ guns and Hellblaster Volley Gun quite a bit. This unit's probably got the biggest nerf. Hellblaster Volley Gun and the organ gun, because they had multiple projectiles. But this is kind of big. We're gonna have to see how it's in the game. There is still stacking of these buffs, but without that hidden modifier that we didn't know existed, we thought it was the experience that scaled it that much. It's they actually lost quite a bit damage. But those units should still do fine. I think what this is going to affect the most is auto resolve. The veteran units will still, range units will still be fine. This is pretty much just for the base units and auto resolve. Remove the innate reload time reductions from all non-ranged, non-regiment of renown units. Reduced reload time reduction for regiments of renown units from -30 to -80%. Standardize the effect of rank on reload time. Rank 9 should now always equate to -18% reduction in reload time. Guys, what the fuck I've been saying for fucking years? They need to lower the bonus to reload time reduction of experience by half. And there it goes. They lowered it by nearly half. And that's how you balance this shit. So the hidden modifier is gone and the experience now does less. So range meta has been nerfed. This has been clear when they nerfed the Ungur Raiders for the first time. Something was bugged with the scaling of the reload time. And that was since, I don't know. It stayed in the game for like 3 years. This will be interesting to see. You know what this means? This means the vampires... By this change, the vampires have been buffed. Not just vampires, but chaos as well. Any faction that does not rely on the range, missile or infantry or artillery is pretty much buffed because of this. And vampires especially. Hopefully this will also pour into the auto-resolve, and the vampires will actually have decent outcomes there. Because if they haven't changed anything regarding zombie auto-resolve, it will be like decisive victory, low casualties, but you go into battle and get wrecked. If you have too much range. So hopefully they also adjusted the auto-resolve at the same time. Because if they didn't just auto-resolve on the range units are still gonna be the best. Because the range units get both melee and range buffs with experience, right? So they're still ahead of melee units. But they're valued way more on auto-resolve than a melee unit. Unless they assign different values. I think Aurora only gets experience reduction buffs. Look what it says here. Standardize the effect of rank on reload time. Rank 9 should now always equate to -18% reduction in reload time. These units are all the rank 9, so they get effect immediately. Thank Pete's book. They've noted, in addition to the about change, you also updated the UI to reflect the actual damage output of units more accurately. Unit cannot fire faster than its reload animation, which in most cases lasts roughly 4 seconds. But the UI was not taking this into account. This means that when multiple reload time reduction effects were stacked, the UI would display higher damage values that were being dealt. I'm pretty sure this still affected the auto-resolve. Even if the numbers were off in the battle. I'm pretty sure this was affecting the auto-resolve. Even if there was a hardcore limit in the battle. Primary example, Torek, right? Alter the minimum reload time value displayed in the UI from 2 to 4 seconds. Note that this is purely a display change and will have no impact on actual reload times. Wounds. We found that healing was allowing single entity units to come back from very low hit points thresholds to easily with no significant trade-offs. As such, we have changed how wounds work during battles. Once the wounds ability has been triggered by dropping below the 25% hit points threshold on a single entity unit, it will now remain active for the remaining duration of the battle. So the healing will not remove it, like a Terrorgeist, for example. I don't think that's a purely display change, because I'm like 100% sure Torek was breaking the game with reload times. And you could clearly see it if you auto-resolved him. If you guys seen my last Torek campaign, you know what I'm talking about. This was not just visual, this was actually breaking the auto-resolve. I didn't know wounds exist as a mechanic. Well, most people didn't, because it's almost irrelevant. I mean, until now they mentioned it again, and they made it a little bit more relevant again. AI rules and logic. Campaign AI. AI factions without region, excluding hordes, will no longer sue for peace. I thought peace was blocked with factions without regions. Maybe that was a lower difficult thing. Pick several instances where the AI would decide to sack a settlement they could not occupy, even when it was not the optimal decision to make. Fix several instances where the AI would decide to sack a settlement they could not occupy. Even when it was not the optimal decision to make. I do see a lot of situations where the sack happens and they check it again and they check it again and again, and then they just still do nothing. Well, this could mean a lot of things, but there's definitely some issues with these things. But this is confusing as well. This could be the reason why those random raising was happening. Update the AI to prevent them from prioritizing the ownership of regions in adjacent province over regions in the province they already own, assuming that both are equal. Huh? So they would go for their own province first instead of expanding to adjacent province. Implemented a new system which guides AI expansion and which allows for targeted regions to evolve depending on the set of the game. Oh, that sounds like something. More hidden mechanics, boys, and they're actually telling us they exist. If it works. Fixed instances where Hellborn's Blood Voyage would raid the ruins of a settlement after they already raised it. Oh god. How many years for this? 4 years and 2 months. Fixed an issue which would result in rogue armies going inactive for several dozen turns. That's an understatement. I literally had a campaign where there was a rogue army AFK for like 150 turns. Several dozen turns, make that several hundred turns. You know, guys, those broken rogue armies that just waited there, did nothing. This is an issue as old as Warhammer 2. And they finally fixed it. I want rogue armies to be active, and if you don't work with them, potentially scary. You know, it's basically I want them to be like unpredictable, like the Beastmen, but you can actually turn them against your enemies with a kind of mechanic or something. If not, like diplomacy that works actually. And not them being bugged half the time and half the time being just irritating. And if we destroy a rogue army, that specific rogue army, unless there is a unique event related to that rogue army, they should be permanently destroyed for the rest of the campaign. You destroy a faction, they should not just respawn like nothing happened, out of thin air. So if you destroy a rogue army, that rogue army should not be allowed to respawn for the rest of the campaign, unless there are unique circumstances. Improve the AI stance selection logic to help avoid attrition. Oh man, finally they are going to encamp while they are chain sieging a settlement with 2+ armies. not just waiting in attrition. Okay, these two are actually big, because this was definitely a problem in the game. AI logic improvements on when they use rights, okay? AI logic improvements when they select commandments. AI logic improvements to when they elect to occupy a settlement. Okay. So they did something here. Hopefully this actually is something, and not instead of them getting Tomb Swarm on turn 5, they get it on turn 2. Anti-player bias has been reduced for the Immortal Empire's campaign. Why is this not on the top, man? It's like one of the most important things to show. Anti-player bias has been reduced for the Immortal Empire's campaign. Damn, they added all those modifiers to diplomacy, which sound like a lot of passive stuff, and this on top. I feel like we're gonna have a nice, peaceful empire building state of the game in this beta, guys. Which might not be a bad thing after Realm of Chaos stuff. Remember, guys, they do change state of the game with every big update, so we might have quite a different experience for now in this patch. Because every time they update the game, they get different set of games, so it's a different experience, right? This could mean a lot of things. They could just lower it in the adjacency. They could lower it from the other side of the map. They could have just lowered the range on how far the AI acts on the player. Or they could just completely remove the player exists in the game and treat the player's faction as any other faction in the game. So I would like to think that this means that the aggro distance has been reduced. So factions don't sail into Northcap from the other side of the world just because player is there. As an example. AI faction features. Thank you, bro. A prevalent complaint from Warhammer 2 was that the AI would fail to use certain faction-specific advantages. We have now enabled the AI to use this, allowing them to play by similar rules as the player. We may expand this in the future and are keen to hear your feedback on how it feels. Okay. AI factions now have access to several faction features. The Tehannon can now use his pyramid features. So Tehannon is finally, for the first time, a major faction instead of a shitty minor faction that just dies fast. Unless it's Fog of War expansion. Nakai can now use his temple features. And Nakai pretty much the same as Tehannon, and they were like gimped factions as the AI. This is when AI needs a lot of work to be something. They're some of the worst AI. Dwarf and Tomb King factions can now use crafting. Ikit Claw has been told to stop worrying and learn to load the bomb. Oh boy. Does this mean Ikit Claw now has more than one bomb? In the past, when you encounter Clan Scryer, he would use a bomb, and for the rest of the campaign he would not build another bomb. Does this mean he'll build a bomb like every 10 turns now? Because I think that's a good thing. Ikit Claw should be dangerous. Even if you don't like your units going poof. If you're fighting Clan Scryer, don't sack your units. Otherwise 5 units can go poof. Vampire counts now gain and use blood keys as normal, meaning their access to blood and lore should feel much more natural. I didn't see any issue with vampire counts AI not using these things before. Sisters of Twilight can now use the Forge of Date. Military force generation utilization, what is this? Previously we could use only overarching groups such as the melee infantry when determining how the AI groups its units. In Warhammer 3 we have now much better control. allowing us to produce several subgroups within the melee infantry group. This should reduce instances where the AI spams one unit or only recruits low-tier units when higher ones are available. Only some factions have been updated to this new system. The Empire, Dwarves, Bretonia, Vampire Counts, Norse, and all Chaos factions. We intend to move the rest over in the future patch. So, the army recruitment management. And rebalance the priority assigned by the AI to each unit throughout their rosters. Beyond turn 50, the AI will now actively explore the map once it is in a strong position to do so. This replaces the old system where the owners of major ports were revealed on turn 75. No. That happened on turn 70. Or maybe it was the event on turn 70, but maybe it took 5 turns to progress with the vision. Age of Discovery was turn 70, right? AI will now place more weight on its overall balance of power rather than its local balance of power when evaluating its strategic situation.
God. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
Thank you, Medaya, Sigrade, and Walton. Tired the old army morale system now that no faction uses it. Limiting cases where the AI will retrieve for similar no reason.
Holy shit! What the hell?
What? Retire the old army morale system now that no faction uses it, eliminating cases where the AI would retrieve from similar no reason. You know, CA... Don't tell us stuff like this. This is like... almost like something from Rome 2. That is put in Warhammer, huh? The AI will only attempt to colonize a settlement when the colonizing force is at or near full health. I don't know why this is a good thing. Maybe it's just a kind of like a balance thing. Improve the capture behavior of AI forces during siege battles. The AI will no longer place melee units in areas more suitable for their missile units during battles. You know, like placing halberdiers on top of the gate and grossmen in front of the gate. Improve how the AI prioritizes their attacks between barricades and enemy units. So it looks like, sounds like it's more decisive, but is it more decisive in battles? Time will tell. Races and balance. Here we go, boys. The good stuff. I need to get a drink. Non-alcoholic drink. There's been no reason for drinking yet. We're back. We're back, boys. Races and balance. Starting armies. Starting armies have been equalized across all factions, some gain units and some lost units. What does this mean? Let's find a familiar army.
I command here.
Ooh, Calfran starts a mortar. Goddamn! He gave Calfran a mortar. So they moved the faction effect from upkeep reduction to a load effect. It looks like it might be even bugged. This was supposed to be here, not here. So they moved it from here to here.
Oh my god.
So it's only for Cal now. They're taking one of the faction effects and made the load effect. Wasn't this the Emperor starting a faction effect here? It was 15 before, so they made it 25 and they made it on for Cal. Well, very cheap Riser and Great Swords, this is actually pretty good.
You summon me.
What the hell? He starts with cannons! Oh boy. Great cannons. Turn 1. Wow. That's something. That's a little special.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Carl Franz needed the mortars. He really needed that now. Okay, factions without a region or those without with more challenging start position will retain slightly larger arms to account for their disadvantage. Ah.
Empire's blessings, yes. Henry, Nagash, your servant calls.
What the hell? High-tier units have been removed from the armies of lords who do not offer specific effects for them. Oh, does this mean the setter doesn't have the Sphinx anymore?
In the name of Magnus. All bow before the imperishable.
Cetra has a skeletal warriors, not a Sphinx anymore. That's interesting.
I will return to Henry.
This guy gets a Necropolis Knights, another Hero Titan.
All vampires shall pay.
It's some weird stuff around. But it's interesting the changes around happen like this. Holy shit, she has pretty good faction effects now, goddamn. Okay. This is an interesting change. We'll definitely mess things around a bit. I was honestly never a fan of anybody starting with a tier 5 unit. And then they started releasing DLCs and they started adding tier 5 units to faction. I was like, wow, you know, I was like, I'll take it, you know, because it's fun starting with a tier 5 unit. But it clearly was just like hyping new content and power creep. And I don't think anybody should start with a tier 5 unit. Economy. Supply lines in Immortal Empires have been set to normal 1, hard 2, very hard 4%, legendary 4%. This is probably the biggest change in Immortal Empires. The biggest by far. This will change how the campaigns are played and how you progress in the early game, what kind of armies you build. This is massive. Lords that have upkeep reductions or create more money will be able to snowball faster or just go with larger armies as well. Unfortunately, this is shit for Tomb Kings. Because Tomb Kings don't pay anything. And now the Tomb Kings are gonna look worse. I'm curious if they've done anything regarding Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings didn't have problems getting a lot of armies. This change especially will make Tomb Kings look worse than they used to be. It's also 4% is not much for Bretonia, but yeah, Bretonia is not gonna be as crazy as they used to be with their economy. So Tomb Kings and Bretonia, I guess. We're gonna have to see what they've done about that, especially Tomb Kings. Increased the background income from all major factions from 2,500 to 3,000 gold in all difficulties. So everybody has 500 more gold at the start.
Oh my god.
And you know what's come first in my mind?
Holy shit.
Nakai can actually afford 2 more units. This is also big for the legendary AI as well. Nakai fixed. The Tomb Kings have no background income. At least not a player. Garrisons. Garrison budgets have been equalized across the board, now falling between the Warhammer 2 Mortal Empires and Warhammer 3 Realm of Chaos amounts. Ooh, this means the garrisons are gonna be smaller now, because garrisons of Warhammer 3 are kinda shit. Some factions have additional units on the same budget, while others have less. Oh, mental note to get a special look on the garrisons. But this is different now, because the old battles are gone. All battles are gone, and I think the Warhammer 2 garrisons with the minor settlements would not fit in Warhammer 3, while the vault settlements would be too much for Warhammer 3. They probably mean with the amount of units on core building and or garrison buildings. Heroes have been removed from the baseline garrisons, but can still be added via certain building unlocks. I'm actually happy with this one. I'm pretty sure the garrison budget is core building units, which is higher in Warhammer 3, and the garrison units, which is lower in Warhammer 3. We're gonna be checking everything, but garrisons, we're gonna have a special attention on the garrisons of all the factions so we can compare. Because there's a big discrepancy between the garrisons of the factions. And if you take into the new siege systems into account, yeah, that's gonna be off if they just kept it, right? So they had to adjust that. I like that there's no generic hero anymore in these garrisons. It makes those buildings higher value that actually are heroes. We'll revisit the heroes as a part of specific and special buildings, as well as specific locations providing unique garrisons in the future. Buildings. We have reconfigured the system which determines which buildings are available in what locations. Duplicate buildings chains previously created for unique locations have been removed. Elf gates, Empire forts, and bastions now use a standardized set of rules across all factions and races. The generic primary settlement chain will always be used as a fallback. Okay. This also sounds like they removed the wizard building from Aldorf. Because for some reason they didn't remove it in Warhammer 2 when they added the landmark in a larger size. Building income. Several adjustments have been made to the income of port incomes. Here we go again, boys. Here we go again with the port income. Who are the CA has thinking that ports are good stuff? Recategorize ports into one of the three categories: top, medium, and low. Norska and Vampire Coast ports remain in the top class. Majority of race construct medium class ports which have been adjusted to Warhammer 3 income values 100, 200, and 400. Aldorf big port is 800, right? Lisbon, Scam, and Greenskin are low class ports which have their income values reduced 75, 150, 300. Special ports have their income values adjusted 200, 400, 800. I mean, that sounds like better than what was before, and it definitely didn't make no sense that the Greenskins made more money on a port than Bretonia. But 400 for tier 5 seems low, especially if it's like Empire port. The best ports should clearly be High Elves, Bretonia, and the Empire. Because they're the main traders. In addition to generally building incomes, adjust and sell landmarks to avoid disrupting the economic balance. Oh god, this again. This again. At least they didn't ninja nerf the, you know, another landmark like Kemler's landmark, because Kemler was bullying a couple of peasants in Bretonia. they completely removed his income on the landmark. But it makes sense to adjust some of the income for sure because of the supply line change. And not just that, but the map is much larger now. Because you will have access to more income than ever before, even with a lower income on a lot of these buildings. In addition to general building incomes, adjust general landmarks are okay. Adjust the income values of damaged buildings, which will sometimes provide greater than intended incomes. Looks like a persisting bug through the years. There's a couple buildings in Warhammer 2 they actually did more when they were damaged than when they were in mint condition, you know, so to say. Remove the adjacency increases to income from building. Yeah, so stuff like Aldorf and Karazakara come to mind for massive incomes and adjacency. Kislavian Ducat, replace the resource income bonus with a settlement income bonus. Okay. I think this one was kind of broken because it didn't do anything, because they didn't have income on those buildings before. So they fixed this one. Building costs. Increases cost of settlement chain upgrades for all races. So everybody's gonna have to pay more for the upgrading of core building. We have streamlined building costs into 3 distinct bands. This enables us to better balance each race in line with its intended playstyle. Or this sounds like it's more convenient for them to adjust and not balance. All races will therefore be assigned to one of the 3 bands, with positive and negative cost offsets for low and high cost races. Low cost, Greenskin, Norskin, Skaven, okay. I think the Greenskins and the Skaven should have some of the cheapest buildings. High cost, the Chaos Dwarves, High Elves, Wood Elves. And medium cost, all the races. Norska looks like they have turned them into proper faction. Remember, guys, that Norska never really got their Warhammer 2 update. They might have put them in Warhammer 2, but Norska was still stuck in the old Warhammer 1 system. They couldn't even capture proper settlements. Building times. Increase the time to complete settlement upgrades by 1 to 2 turns. Reduce the infrastructure build-up while maintaining all the construction times. Increase the time to complete garrison defense buildings by 1 to 2 turns. Oh man. They want to slow down things with this, huh? I think that's fine. I hope they've taken into account climate. Because 2 turns in the red climate is 4 turns. Reduce the amount of time it takes to construct resource buildings. So they try to... what I see here, they try to extend the early game. Because they don't know what to do about the late game, pretty much. They wanted to keep that, you know, struggle and the build-up part of the game last longer, I guess. Which is fine. That doesn't matter what they did here. This is gonna be like the first version of the campaign. This is probably gonna change several times over the years. If not all the next month, right? You know, guys, think of it like this. This Immortal Empire's beta is the Proving Grounds. We finally got official Proving Grounds. Proving Grounds created Immortal Empire's beta, and now we got Proving Grounds as the official game. and they might actually patch things as people play, provide feedback, criticism, and we might get battle overall balance instead of just, you know, stick up their asses, we know best type of attitude, well, regarding to patching the game. All races will now be assigned to one of 3 bands with positive and negative time offsets for slow and fast races. Slow building times: Demon Prince, Korn, Slaanesh, Zinch, Lisbon, Tomb Kings, Wood Elves. Medium building times: Kislev, Kate, High Elves, Dark Elves, Empire, Dwarf, Vampire, Chaos Counts, Weather, Chaos, Bretonia. Best building times: All Kingdoms, Skaven, Greenskins, Norse. It's cute they're trying to make this convenient for them, for themselves like this. Recruitment and hero capacity. Reduce the previous increases to hero capacity. While the base recruitment capacity of all races and factions is now 2, there are some exceptions to the rule. Reduce the previous increase to hero capacity. Does this mean it's back to 10? It's no longer 100? It's unclear what this means. Because the hero capacity limit was 10, and then they released Queen the Crown DLC, and they made it 100 without saying a word about it. So somebody just added a 0 at the end. This is the base recruitment capacity. It's now 2 with some exception to the rule. Okay. Okay, I like this. This actually makes sense. This actually makes sense. Everybody has 2, but some factions that are like supposed to be swarm factions have higher. This will actually make factions that can instantly recruit stronger, like the Vampire Counts. I think the Warriors of Chaos now also instantly recruit. Skills General. Immortality now unlocks automatically at rank 20 for all characters, so everybody got additional skill point. Other than Legend Lords. Magical Reserves now grants +5 winds of magic, maximum reserve capacity on army. Nice. Ooh, we got that taste of Warhammer 2 Magic, boys. Instead of that shitty ability that's completely useless, +20% when increasing on +5 or +10, that's nothing. Now we actually get 5 maximum. Which means if we have 3 wizards, we get +15. It's good stuff, especially for the vampires. I like it that they actually did go with this one. This one makes a lot of sense. Well, it's not a lot. If you use like 2 or 3 wizards, it adds up, right? And some factions do need this, that they use more wizards. So this brings back... Magical Reserve is one of the reasons why it was beneficial to use 2 or 3 wizards in the army. Now, while it's still beneficial to use 2 or 3 wizards in the army, some factions will be just automatically better. Factions that strictly have wizards, like the vampires, right? King Roman, this is confusing. This is separate. This is, they just say they reduced the previous increase to hero capacity, and the previous one was 10 to 100. Well, this is different. This is a local recruitment capacity. So when you're recruiting with these factions, well, this is just heroes. This has nothing to do with heroes. Yeah, it's confusing for sure. Spell Lord's General, Lord of High Magic, Fiery Convocation, base armor piercing damage 48-35, Fiery Convocation, overcast armor piercing damage 96-50. Why they nerf this? That's a spell that takes forever to cast. At least it was doing high damage before. But at least it's all armor piercing, which is pretty good. This one takes a long time to cast, but it has 100% armor piercing. But it's still is gonna take a long time to cast. It's a pretty one with still decent damage, but they load quite a bit of damage as well. But look at this. It has 44 meters per second speed, and it lasts 10 seconds. Is it me, or they made it last way longer now? It's gonna go like from one end of the map to the other end of the map. Tempests, base overcast Fadian's flying unit, range 2035. So Tempest got nerfed, so it's no longer cannot move. Well, the high magic is not the most amazing. It has definitely some options. Well, you can still cast a Tempest on a flying target. It will take damage, get slowed, and it will not be able to resist the range fire. So you can Tempest and focus fire with your archers at the same time. Told myself to use more high magic in the future with high yellows. Not use the usual stuff. There's a couple of good things here, and the passive is okay. So this one lasts 18 seconds, and then you overcast it, and it lasts 15 seconds. This damage, I think, is not very relevant, especially if you cast it on a single target. It's mainly used for slow to and then focus with archers. This number seems to be very generic, standardized across, which seems lazy. 3367, 66133. Did they change like the lore dead? 3367. 3367. 3367. 3367. The overcast is not worth it for 17. 10 looks good, especially after you upgrade them. A lot of copy pasta between the magic. Now you can definitely put high magic to good use. There's more convenient magic to use, like a lot of fire or a lot of life for this faction. But you can definitely get value out of high magic too. What the? They made Soul Stealer cheaper? What the fuck? Don't they know Morati is like the best Soul Stealer in the game, but all it has is super cheap? Oh my god. Morati is gonna be insane with this cost reduction as well. She's the best Soul Stealer on the damage dealing. She has it so cheap already, and then it's the reduction as well. This for Morati and Malekith is massive. Thanks, multiplayer. I think this is multiplayer here, guys. Finally, multiplayer delivers something good. Moratic is the best soul stealer in the game, and 2 cost reduction on only her cost reduction, that's crazy. She only has cooldown reductions. We need to calculate how much it's gonna cost. This is a big buff for Morati, especially build up Morati. Since the Vigor started Warhammer 3 applies throughout the duration of the ability, your spell will balance the old values to mirror its original design power levels. So it will restore 5% vigor every second. This is kind of better than restoring it instantly, because the unit will still keep fighting while it's getting regrowth, right?
As I hold Gal Maraz, I am ready.
So regrowth lasts 29 seconds. Yeah, this is actually a better, regrowth is better now. Because especially if you cast on a melee units spend vigor very fast, or build up vigor very fast. So this will make them fresher longer, right? So what do we have here? Lord of Death. Aswad Red Knight added can cost fear and can cost stereo attributes. What? Wasn't that one already causing terror? It looks like it wasn't causing fear before. So it really didn't work before, only terror. So if the unit wasn't damaged next to you, it's actually quite a nice effect here. This one is really strong against demons. It's also a very cheap way to trigger life leeching, which is pretty good in Warhammer 3. What the hell? Look at the spell effects. Goddamn, man, they made a lot of that way cooler. And a lot of that did get some justice towards the end of Warhammer 2, and it's pretty good in Warhammer 3 already. And now we got better spell effects. This means Manfred, Azak, Arkan, and greenskins in general gonna be stronger with their lores. Lore metals got changed. Oh yeah, it's different effects as well. Oh, Sitting Doom is looking fancy now. Why does the Sitting Doom have have such high explosive damage. I will never know for this cost. This one looks fancy. Oh shit, this one was improved quite a bit. Oh damn. You know what Final Transmutation should do? Every time you cast Final Transmutation, you should increase your battle loot at the end of the fight. The wizard unleashes a hail of magical energy, transmuting his foes into unliving golden statues. So every time you cast a Final Transmutation on a unit in a battle, you should get more battle loot at the end of the fight. Like plus 10% every cast. That'd be cool. Thank you, trader. Thank you, Manuel.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit!
Lord of Fire. Burning Head buff now. Yeah. The Burning Head seemed like lackluster of that change, but it was always good against unarmored troops. David Note, while the Warhammer 2 version of knowledge will invite all sorts of abusive behaviors, the stricter caps on Wizard Magic Warhammer 2 were probably an overcorrection that resulted in new knowledgeable trader feeling quite weak. As such, we have not only reworked the trait to focus on experience rather than magic, but also positioned the magically reserved skill shared by nearly all spellcasters as a means to increase their maximum Wizard magic capacity. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Knowledgeable now increases the rate of experience gained by 20%. So knowledgeable characters will be gaining 20% faster. Wind of Death base and Wind of Death Overcast. Wind of Death is not Lord of Death. What the? It's a lot of vampires. They made the Wind of Death cheaper. Upgraded Wind of Death does less damage. It looks like it does less damage here as well. Oh no 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 no! It looks like the nerf Wind of Death. I guess too many people were abusing Wind of Death, so it only makes sense to nerf it, right? That's honestly expected considering the abusive behavior of vampire players in Warhammer 2 towards the end. Upgrade Wind of Death looks like way worse now. 24 AP, 100% AP, regular cast. Then upgrade one just adds damage that's not armor piercing. So if you're targeting armored units, you use regular. If you target units that have medium to low armor, you cast the upgrade one. It's a weird thing. But Wind of Death was ridiculous in Warhammer 2. I'll say that. It was ridiculous. And it looks like quite a bit cheaper as well. It's 5 and 7. It will still destroy unarmored troops.
Oh my god!
There have been players that have been abusing recruitment of skeletons, that they would win every battle with just throwing skeletons on the boss and using Wind of Death. You know, those bad players that don't know how to use the rest of the units. That's probably the reason why the Wind of Death got nerfed. Now we'll see how this works with the rest of the stuff. The regular one seems okay, at least. Well, you don't need Wind of Death with a lot of vampires anyways, you can just use support magic, right? Attack speed buff, attack speed debuff, and invocation of an hack, right? The support abilities are a lot of vampire is more than enough to win any battle as well. During the Wind of Death. What's this? Barred horses. They have known in pre-Soul Warhammer games, characters had the choice of upgrading to a standard horse or a barred version, which raised speed for armor around 50 gold cost. This choice was fairly negligible. We combined the stats of both horses types into the barred skin to streamline the game experience with a single solid upgrade. There's gotta be a multiplayer thing here. The horse and the barred horse have been combined to single unit. The barred horse for the Empire Returning High Elves, Vampire Counts, and Wars of Chaos races. How big is the patch? 19 gigabytes. Dragons. Let's see what they're done with the dragons. The combat stats of all dragon units have been reworked so they can play a more significant role in battles. In Warhammer 2 they were prone to getting stuck in infantry mobs where they would be unable to break free or repeatedly backstab for significant damage. While they will struggle to live off when being chased by light fast units, we are adjusting their stats, attacks and costs to help them deal with being mobbed by infantry units. You can find specifics about these changes in the respective sections for each race. Ooh. Dragons, huh? More significant dragons, huh? Makes you wonder how powerful is Star Dragon now. Star Dragon was already ridiculous. Adjusted the armor, health and mass of dragon units to allow them to deal with being mobbed by infantry. Retain the bread attack stats from Warhammer 2, meaning they'll perform slightly better in Warhammer 3. Reducing the multiplayer cost to make them more accessible in the competitive environment. Oh. Well, looks like another good thing for multiplayer, guys. But while I agree that dragons should feel more special in the armies, but it looks like they want to make them more special and they want to please the multiplayer crowd at the same time, so two birds with one stone, right? Let's see, the strongest race in Warhammer. Dev note, as the last race to receive major tweaks in Warhammer 2, there isn't much need to bring the Beastmen to Warhammer 3. One area we did address involves their ability to quickly recruit destroyed units due to their low-cost, short recruitment times and large number of recruitment slots. This made losses feel too trivial for the race, and while we want the Beastmen to be agile and responsive, which is why we want to keep their recruitment times low, reduce the number of recruitment slots they get while away from a Hearthstone region. This will make replenishing your armies feel slightly more difficult while out in the field. We also like to bring Taurox in line with the power of other Beastmen Lords, so Taurox now generates slightly less momentum and rampage for battle. So Taurox got nerfed again. Gains less additional movement range from his unique stance and must spend more men to replenish his movement. Well, I think it's still gonna be powerful, even with more nerfs. On the flip side, he now counts as a Khorne unit for the purpose of Khorne corruption, which means that he'll be even strong in certain regions. Finally, we have swapped the starting position of Morgan and Kazakh to put each of them a bit closer to their nemesis. Nemesis? That's how you spell the plural. Taurox, the Brass Bull, Rune Tortured Axis, melee attack bonus from 10 to 8. What? That seems like a strange thing. His unique weapon attack got lowered by 2. This guy already has a ridiculous attack. This seems like a random thing to do. Abilities: Barbed Knuckle Boxing, melee attack from 25 to 24. Melee attack bonus from 10 to 8, Slaughterless Call. Like this has something to do with the frenzy. It looks like they changed the frenzy again. 8 attack to 10. Or they forgot which version of frenzy they were using in the first place.
Supreme first daughter of the Celestial Emperor.
Blood for the blood god.
Yeah, they changed frenzy again. Frenzy was plus 8 in early Warhammer 3. Now it's 10 again. Same like the Immortal Empires. This is strange. These things change again, like randomly. Why did they change in the first place? Why did they change it again? The Kazakh's armor is 20 armor and 25 spell resistance instead of 25 magic resistance. But originally, when they changed Frenzy, they also lowered the base attack of all the units by 2. So they buffed Frenzy, but they lowered everybody attack with Frenzy by 2. Understand what this means? Now they changed the Frenzy again, but everybody still has to attack more. I hope they know what they're doing with this. Bretonia. Dev note, Albrecht's new starting position is on the coast of Lastia, where he'll be looking to finally complete his long-delayed Grail quest. His old position is now occupied by a faction of Aquitaine, who have also been added to the Bretonian technology tree to allow for confederation. We have also built a chivalry mechanic using more modern frameworks, making it more robust and flexible for both us and for modders who want to tinker with the system. From a player perspective, it should function the same way, but with some slight changes. For example, traits now grant their chivalry bonus per turn rather than just once. One small but notable change is the damsels, who now have the replenish and bed action to help with Bretonia's historically weak replenishment. The damsels have replenishment now? That replenishment wasn't even weak, it was just average replenishment. So, damsels adding a replenishment to faction makes Face and Fey Enchantress faction a little bit less special now, because they used to have replenishment for a whole faction. Does this mean they lost scouting? I never said Bretonia had weak replenishment. Some people want every faction to replenish in half of the army in a single turn. While I agree, the replenishment might have looked poor if you were going into bad climate. That would probably be the only time. But it makes sense to have more replenishment for other climates. Mounted Yeoman, 2 more attack, 1 more damage, 1 more AP, 4 more charge. What the? Mounted Yeoman have 36 charge? What in the...
Bring me to my men. I am the blood of Gilles, protector of the...
I hear the winds. I will never relent. What do you
They have almost the same charge as the Guild Guardians. You see this scheduled replenishment rate plus 18%, this will be much less special now. Well, still good in a bad climate. The Green Knight got more health, more damage. They got more health because they lowered the physical resistance. And that's Frostbite. And that's the he did get buffed. Demons of Chaos. With the addition of multiple new Immortal units to Demon Princess roster as a part of the Champions of Chaos DLC, we made changes to the Demon Princess roster to avoid cluttering his demonic glory panel. With the exception of Murlocs mounted on demons, Skull Crushers, most Mortal units can now be recruited from their respective settlements without first investing in the associated demonic glory tech. This not only keeps demonic glory progression nice and tidy, but helps resolve issues where choosing the wrong path results in a situation where you are unable to recruit a diverse set of unit types in the early game. General update. Demon Prince no longer requires demonic glory to access mortal units. In battle, Demon Prince's icon no longer clips out of the frame when at low health. The recruitment cost effects for Nurgle and Khorne units in Demon Prince's roster should now function as intended. Mission: claim the capital and probably awards the player with 60 undivided glory. It's a lot of here for the for Dark Elves. The Dark Elves slave system, while powerful, heavily incentivizes a single play style where the player would funnel all their slaves into a single super province and eventually trivialize the economic aspect of the game. That was boring. In Warhammer 3, this has been replaced by a new system where individual buildings consume slaves from a global pool to generate income. Slaves can also be invested in 1 to 3 powerful slave dictats. Oh boy. To unlock short-term benefits in specific provinces. Expanding the slave mechanics kind of makes sense because the system was pretty boring how it worked before. You just build up and you have more money you can spend. In battle, our goal with Dark Elves was to lean into their offensive nature while reworking a handful of abilities to be more useful. Particularly those of the Legend Lords. Our card's utility has been increased by reducing his ability restrictions and granting damage resistance via his Beast Lord's Gaze. Miles Argolin will be better able to sustain his health after you allow Zarkan to take over. Khorne Hellebron will be significantly stronger and tankier combatant. They buff Khorne Hellebron. Morati will be less frustrating to fight against as she stacks less debuffs on her enemies. So they nerf Morati. And finally, Malekith's items now provide several new magic-related effects to make them more impactful and interesting.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
Unit-wise, many smaller changes were made. On a special note will be the Bloodwreck Medusa and the Bloodwreck Shrine, where significant set changes should help establish a stronger role in Dark Elf armies. Naturally, the Black Dragon will also be enjoying the benefits of the Dragon rework, allowing it to take more punishment while pushing its way out of the bobs when surrounded. Overall, we hope this offers a more interesting and varied playstyle for Dark Elves, and we look forward to hearing what you think. Well, Morati did had too many debuffs. That's for sure. General updates. Most individual Dark Elf characters have been adjusted to help them adapt to the new Warhammer 3 landscape. Malaki, the upgrade cost reduction now smaller, but apply faction-wide to help him fight on multiple fronts. What? They will roll the faction-wide 10%. Parts of his Tyrant skill tree are now attached to his base lore effects. Malus, the effects of the possession bar have been changed. It is now possible to use Zarkan at lower possession levels, though doing so will immediately increase his possession. Maybe they confused Malekith with Morati, because they were the opposite. Morati now spreads and benefits from Slaanesh corruption and can recruit a variety of Demonette units. Variety, they make it sound like there's more than two. Rakard now based on the western coast of Lastia, where he has access to several new beasts in his monster pens. Giant spiders, feral wyverns, feral bears, feral ice bears, Cybertus pack. Rakard seems to have like one of the best starting positions, especially with the change on the Lastria. Black Arc Crusaders, they got more damage. It's actually quite a bit of damage buff for the Black Arc Crusaders. Finally, a better quality to their number. That's a big damage upgrade for the Black Arc Crusaders. And Black Dragon got another 1000 health, just like that. Man, the Star Dragon is gonna be ridiculous now. Black God of Nagaran has Murderous Mastery instead of Murderous Prowess. Ooh, the Bleak Swords actually have damage now. Finally better than the Emperor Swordsman. Bleak Swords are finally better than Emperor Swordsman. Yeah, if they get stuck on the ground, they'll be able to push easily with this mass. Lodric Medusa got a significant buff to ammunition, attack, and defense.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
All Golden Blood got more health. Chill of Sontar Regiment now got better frost attack. I mean the bear attack. Cold One Dread Knights, more defense. Cold One Knights, more defense as well. 2 defense on the Dark Elf Cavalry. Dark Rider slightly damage boost. Dark Riders with shield slight buff. Doom 5 Warlocks melee defense from 26-28. What is this, guys? What is this? They make Bleak Swords. Bleak Swords finally up to pair with the Empire Swordsman, and now Dread Spears got 10 more armor. I don't know, guys, that's very suspicious to me. That's like a big buff for the Bleak Swords and the Dread Spears. They actually look better now than the Emperor counterparts. Might even take that first Bella skill. Executioner's got 2 more attack. This is the Regiment of Renown, 2 defense. Primal Instinct, passive ability. Did they change something about that?
Summon the Elector Counts.
I will have my vengeance.
Hit points less than 50%. They get 10 attack, 5 physical resistance, and 20% charge bonus. Oh damn! This is a highly offensive unit, and 10 more attack, not 10%, but 10. That's huge. They make the Dark Elf Cavalry way deadlier now. The knights. This one has slightly higher HP as well. This guy's gonna be scary when they get this primal instinct. It's a guys on the base with well, this is rank 9 version, right? 50 attack, 60 attack. This is without the skills of technologies. No horned ones, but pretty strong melee stats. They have also very good battle skill as well. Shades dual weapons. It looks like they buffed a lot of damage on these elite troops. Sisters of Slaughter, melee attack from 39 to 40. If you have any issues with any of the DLCs, restart the game, restart the Steam, and start the game again. Well, the Witch Elf's got a big update. It's actually a huge offense buff. This is honestly a crap unit, crappy expendable unit, but looks like way more damage now. Still gonna be a squishy expendable unit, but this damage is gonna be noticeable. That's a lot of damage increase. Pair that with 2 more attack. Makes you wonder why they kept the Witch Elf so shitty for so long. Sisters of Slaughter, if I'm not mistaken, have like 44 weapon strength. And they also have a buff which grants them armor piercing. Actually 38, 42, 37, 11. So 42. Still way better damage than the Witch Elves. This unit has 7,500 health. Well, this unit has 6,500 health. Well, the Witch Elves have finally better damage than the Sisters of Slaughter. Without their ability, at least. Doesn't everything struggle on 4K LS? Beastless gets a card now has 10% damage resistance effect. Beast Slayer card double duration. Blood Friends Helper now uses intensity scaling. This is their type of rampage, huh? They nerfed the Morati's Enchanting Beauty from -8 to -5. That's nothing, she has multiple effects. She did have way too much of this shit. Oh, this is a good one. Makes the fear actually way better. Now he's gonna get -14 with terror. This -4s are so lacking, and we should never see a lord -4 like Nakari, for example. Legend lords should have like at least -8 in this shit. Mal's Darkblade no longer deals damage to self. When he turns into a demon, I think it's unrealistic to expect over 30 FPS on 4K in any game. Manage change the item ability for the master hero unit. Replace the helm of many eyes with the crown of command. What? Why is this relevant? It's gotta be multiplayer. How many eyes? Isn't it like a chaos item? Malekith has some anti-mage items, and they felt like off for most part. Altered from Hexstone Augment, added effect minus 50% miscast chains, added effect plus 80% wins of magic recharge rate. Well, goddamn, look at this. From shit to very nice. Destroyer is now -20% spell resistance instead of adding cooldown reduction. They added on top of this. That's the second nerf to Morati. Is this because of multiplayer? So Morati actually got nerfs on both of her debuffs. This is actually kind of big nerf. I mean, these debuffs still add up. They still add up, and you're gonna be using more of them because you know, she's gonna be rank 50, right? I find it strange they nerfed those abilities on Morati. It's like, what's the reason for it? Can be single player. So Malekith's items got buffed. Dwarves. Having received their own update at the end of Warhammer 2, there weren't too many changes we wanted to make to the dwarves right at the launch of Immortal Empires. One notable addition is Gromberdal, now leads his own faction of the ancestral throng in Nagaroth. From there, he ventures outwards on a mission of vengeance against the treacherous Malekith. Ancestral Spirit is doing AP now, no more base damage. Dramar Hammerfist, that's the hero from our clan Angrund. They give them Frostbite and more AP, more health, less physical resistance. I am not playing Starter Campaign today, no. We're waiting for a campaign coming 2 days. We're going over the patch notes and then over all the changes in the Immortal Empires. But 700 HP for 20 raises is a bad deal? Not really. Not really, because items exist. If they didn't have access to items, it would be a bad deal. $55 resist is still high. Grand Kate. For now, we're relatively happy with Kate's campaign gameplay. The Kurgan Warband will be seeing some additional downscaling to account for the new threats that have appeared beyond the Bastion. But we're holding off on any significant changes until we get a better sense of how they perform in the Immortal Empire's environment. Guys, please understand me, make me understand something here. Does this sound like they actually saying that Kurgan Warband is a threat to Grand Kate and not moneybags? Delivery of ka-ching, 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 and they're toning them down, making them more ka-ching, 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 ka-ching instead of something relevant. What game are they playing? They've never been any threat to Grand Kate, they just basically feed the faction. The Kurgan Warband will be seeing some additional downscaling to account for the new threats. Those great bastions are so fucking overpowered. Poor Kurgan Warband doesn't stand a chance, now they're getting even downscaled further. This is a powerhouse of a faction. The value used to grant campaign moon range bonuses to yin and yang armies is now working as intended. What? They didn't work the first time? Only in my head? God damn. Units with formation attack attribute now correctly with +8 melee defense as intended. This addition is now mentioned in the formation attack text. Answers of warriors, the ethereal guys have more health but less fizz resist. They also get more damage and frostbite. Oh, that's a cool change for this unit. Blossom Wind got more damage and more radius. Greenskins. Ooh, there's a lot of text here. Overall, we are happy where the Greenskins fit in campaign right now. They'll still be enjoying a few key changes after 2.0. For starters, and perhaps most notably, new starting positions have been assigned for Grimgor and Skarsnik. As part of our overall effort to improve the functionality of campaign features in multiplayer, the VAS system now supports multiple simultaneous VAS. This means that two Greenskin players can now combine their VAS into a truly unstoppable Green Tide. There are even new trophies available for successfully vying against some of the new Warhammer 3 races. Also hoping for some excitement here, but it's just multiplayer. God damn it. In battle, the Greenskins have received some deep and meaningful loving in update 2.0. Making them fighter than ever. First off, two Greenskin builds have had their durations increased to make them feel more impactful, as we found that they will previous the time out before they having any real impact on the battle. These are Special Fast and Sneaky Stabbing. Special Faster is their AoE attack and leadership buff from the Bell Skulls, and Sneaky Stabbing is their spell of the Lord of Little Va that buffed damage and attack. Sneaky Stabbing. We can actually see Sneaky Stabbing here.
Sigma's will.
40-second duration. Ooh. Oh, that's a good duration. 40 seconds. This is a pretty decent spell. Shame it cannot be overcasted for AoE, and shame it's a part of a shit lore. I think stamina and each nuisance are good enough. The rest is just situational. This one is really, really, really good to be used in trolls. Like, amazing. Many of the Greenskin Lords have their health pool increased, making them more viable in head-to-head combat against the horrific demons you're likely to face. At least some Orc War boss got some stuff. Fanatics have had a significant overhaul. They're a little more expensive, but they now enjoy a reduced cooldown on their abilities in addition to seeing them recharge outside of combat. Thank you, Bad Lobster. This means they can now fire off their abilities at any time, allowing units like the Knight, Goblin, Warboss, and Fanatic Archers to use their abilities before they engage in combat and rout their enemies. Finally, the regiments are renowned for the Greenskin also have been much improved, with the stat upgrades across the board, and with the Crimson Killers now being accurately portrayed as dual axe infantry in their stats. Ooh. It's exciting, because there's one of the first regiments around in the game and it kind of got outdated. Azak got a health buff. Azak and a Skullmaster got a health buff. Okay, that's a respectable health. Azak getting more health is very good because Azak has access to regeneration. Black Orcs 5 defense, just like that. Plus 5. Kekwi. Just plus 5 defense, just like that. They have some of the highest health and armor of any infantry in the game, and they just got even tougher. Broken Tusk Mob, that's the Regional Renown. They got 6 more attack, 6 more defense, 3 more attack. That's the anti-large cavalry. The Bigan Rogue Idol has more defense and is now also unbreakable. Night Goblins get dick. The Swamp Things, 10 more damage. This is exactly what the River Trolls needed. River Trolls need more damage. So they remember the River Trolls are trolls as well, and the trolls hit hard. So River Trolls gonna be a little bit more viable for their debuff. Still gonna be far from the Stone Trolls, but it doesn't seem like it's the end of the world keeping 1 or 2 in the army now. Okay, Dirkit Squigs. That's a big buff for the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers. Especially like these two, like the Squig Hoppers actually destroy infantry. It's like they have deadly charge. And they get 4 more attack and 9 more charge. It's gonna be noticeable. Holy shit, Grimgor has a lot more health. Finally, Grimgor has more health than Skarsnik. Finally. It's taken, I don't know how many years, but Grimgor has more health than Skarsnik. Grom has, what, additional 500 health? Crimson Killers, this is a fun unit. So they lower their defense, increases their attack by 5. They lower their AP damage, but increase their base damage. Their charge is higher, and they get 8 anti-infantry. Oh, that's crazy. 45 to 50 attack already on the base, and then 8 anti-infantry. Those guys are gonna delete infantry. Like... delete. And the Black Orcs have significant bonuses, especially with Grimgor. Talking about the Wrecking Ball skill. The charge is gonna be really hard with Grimgor WoW. So, Pump Wagons got more health, Goblin Wolf Riders got 5 more charge bonus. Yeah, cause that's the Goblin Wolf Riders that need more charge bonus. They don't need more health. Goblin Wolf Archers, more charge bonus. Holy shit, Night Goblin Sweet Hoppers got that buff. Night Sweet Hoppers were like the best units in cavalry. Now look at this. I mean, when it comes to killing infantry, it's a little deadly. So Night Goblin Sweet Hoppers now gonna be against infantry, and Big Pig Riders gonna be against large. These guys have also bonuses that added quite a bit of damage. Orc Boy begins 6 defense. River Trolls got a damage buff. I think they needed it because their damage looked poor compared to all the trolls. Rogue Isle has more defense and Unbreakable. It was always weird when you see Rock Idol fleeing the battlefield. What the hell is this? I just noticed. Orc Boys upkeep reduction from 112 to 17. Why? What the... What? Is this some competitive single-player meta that's developing here? Or are they trying to make the Orc Boys more viable to goblins? Orc Boys are all viable, just get the battle skill, right? What the hell? Is this the first time they're adjusting upkeeps? Hopefully they double the upkeep cost on the Sister of Avalorn. Well, Orc Boys are cheaper. Ever since they updated the Orc technologies, the Orc Boys are better than the Goblins. Unless you play Skarsnik or what's his name, Grom. More health from Pop Wang, that's actually pretty good. But that battle skill sucks, they're missing half the stats. Quick Herd's got much cheaper. Oh, I need to turn on the AC. There's no air. Thief Roberts got the speed buff. Holy shit, it's gonna be one fast chariot. So it looks like they buffed the health on all the orcs characters. Yeah, we reworked the spring loons, 8 peaks, and the boss loons abilities for all Fanatic units. Fanatic units no longer need to be in combat for these abilities to recharge, and they allow the cooldown 30 seconds. Smashing faster is now 30 seconds, it's actually quite a big buff. They do need to buff duration of all the buffs, because stuff like 18 seconds, 9 seconds is never good enough. Sometimes there's barely like 2 or 3 attack animations. 30 seconds is actually quite nice for this one. And Black Orc Big Boss gets this ability, not just your Lord. Makes the Black Orc Big Boss even better. Headbutt got cheaper. Okay. It's the spell for the Lord of the Big Wow. Ignore train, yeah, it should be Strider.
Summon the Elector Counts.
This is probably one of the least casted abilities in this lore. Now might be casted a little bit more often. It's more of disruption than actual damage, because it does no AP. One way to fix this, they could have made it a little bit AP at least. High Elves! Look at that beautiful sword. Bring me battle! Dev note, we have made a few adjustments aimed at helping the High Elves engage with the new diplomacy system Warhammer 3. Thank you, Figgle.
Have you seen that shit?
With the trade being so much simpler, they no longer get a vision from trade agreements. They now generate additional influence from allied outposts. No more vision from trade agreements? Oh man, I like that. I like seeing what's going on in the world. Being diplomatic sword, so where are we here? They generate additional influence from allied outposts, and Teclis being diplomatic sword now gets a hefty reduction to his allied recruitment cost to help him get a pull from his new starting position in the Southlands. Some slight adjustments have also been made to their economy, where we have removed some of the more abusable trade-related scaling and replaced them with additional bonuses for having high levels control, rewarding you for turning Ulton into the paradise it should be. In battle, High Elves have been in a tight spot due to their reliance on their range units, not dissimilar to the Wood Elves, but allowing martial powers martial monsters to remain active for longer are aims to ensure that the frontline units can hold and dish out damage for longer. Poor High Elves and the Wood Elves, they just sucked in melee. Only good at range. The Dragon rework benefits the High Elves more than most given the variety of their options. We are excited to see how the changes play out in the hands of the players. We are also bringing the Frostheart Phoenix in the spotlight with the power to stack a significant number of slow effects on enemies. In order to improve the efficacy of both your ranged units and charges into battle. Finally, we also heard your feedback regarding the starting position of Teclis and Alitanar in Immortal Empires. While we couldn't change them in time for its launch, we were looking to make some small moves in the upcoming release. Frostheart Phoenix. The Blizzard Aura ability now also reduces enemy movement speed and charge speed by 12% each. And a Frostbite effect, so Frostheart Phoenix gets even more penalties. Moondragon got an armor and health buff, mass buff too. Phoenix Guard got more mass. Star Dragon has 9400 health now. How the fuck you kill this thing now with the growth? The Star Dragon has some of the highest buffs of any units in the game. Even Sun Dragon has over 7,000 health now. Man, this is gonna be a nightmare when you're fighting endgame high elves, when they come with like 6+ dragons in every army and phoenix and shit. Abilities. We have adjusted both the martial prowess and martial mastery ability to increase their uptime. Reduce the hit points threshold of when the ability is deactivated from 50 to 25%. Another big buff to the high elves. So no longer they lose at 50, now they can lose at 25%. Oh damn, man. Make the high elves even stronger than melee. It's gonna be really scary if it's gonna be a close fight early on against high elves, especially if they have axed their Silvering Guard. It's gonna make the AI high elves a nightmare in some situations, especially if they have a 1 tier higher than you. Why won't that Silvering Guard die? They've been surrounded for 10 minutes and they're still fighting. Primal Rage. We also adjusted the Primal Rage ability to scale with the density setting of Warhammer 3. Primal Rage now scales based on the amount of time spent engaged in melee, up plus 25% base and 25% armor piercing weapon damage. What is Primal Rage again? Sword of Tactics. We also made several adjustments to Sword of Tactics' ability to offer greater spell mastery and cast more powerful spells. Effect duration for 30 to 23 seconds. Now grant bonus wins of magic reserves per second. Now grant spell mastery. What the hell? Hopefully Manfred got to send Tridimir his sword. Primal Rage is the lizard thing. Let's see.
In the name of Magnus.
Oh, Primal Instinct. Where were we? Multiplayer Corn. Scarbrand's face-based aggressive playstyle was pretty fun to play, but we found that he was a little too capable of rampaging across the map and limiting other factions before they had the chance to find their footing. As such, we have shifted a lot of moon range bonuses to begin at a lower level and build up over the course of his campaign, slowing Scarbrand's initial rush potential and preserving his ability to pull off massive combos in the late game. Well, I haven't really played Scarbrand, but it did look like it was crazy. As you know, not as good as Tartarox at the time, but still crazy. It's fair enough what they say here. Campaign. Reduce the innate movement range bonus of Blood Host from 35% to 10%. Increase the bonus movement range granted from Blood Host by technology unlocks from 10 to 50%. Reduce the innate movement granted after raising a settlement's carbon fraction effect from 25 to 50%. Reduce the bonus movement range granted by raising a settlement by the Skulltron Ritual from 25 to 50%. Increase the bonus movement range granted after raising a settlement via technology unlocks from 10 to 15%. So small adjustments, a little bit less, a little bit higher, so a little bit less earlier and a little bit less later. Those carbon innate post-battle movement bonus from 35 to 25. That's actually a not big one. That's gonna be, I guess, the biggest change then.
I am Prince and Emperor.
He used to have 35, which did sound a lot. 35 to ringing bell, that definitely was a lot. So 35, 25, a little bit more reasonable. Reduce the duration of the skull turn ritual to 5 turns so it can no longer be maintained at 100% uptime. Reduce the duration of the skull turn ritual to 5 turns so it can no longer be maintained at 100%. That's the one that has 10 turn cooldown. Yeah, that one seemed like too good as well. This looks like a bigger nerf than the rest of it. Chaos Furies, Miners of Corn, now have access to the Frenzy possibility.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit?
Hold on. Hold the fuck down. They give Miners Frenzy, but Bloodthirster. A Bloodthirster still has no Frenzy? What world do they live in? Miners get Frenzy, which is already ridiculous, and the Bloodthirster does not get Frenzy. Of all things in the Corn roster, Bloodthirster without Frenzy. I know, man, that just seems like fucked up. A Locus of Endless War now grants 50% post-battle movement speed. But they made the passive on the skill?
Sigma's will.
Starbrand craves.
So this is a unit of Miners. Why the fuck they gave Miners Frenzy without Blood Greed? That's ridiculous. And there is a Bloodthirster that has no Frenzy. Why doesn't the Bloodthirster don't have Frenzy? The core Miners are insane.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What
Yeah, Welshman. Kislev, let's see. As with the most Warhammer 3 races, Kislev will only see light adjustment as we focus on those factions turning from Warhammer 1 and 2. One change worth highlighting was made to Boris as he provided him with the new interactions in the Chaos Wasteland climates. While he still suffers some penalties for occupying those territories, this is not a land that will ever be fit for any stout Kislevite. Kislev. He will take less than most and will be rewarded with additional devotion for purging and holding the region. This boost is intended to support his deliberately very challenging Immortal Emperor start. It does look definitely challenging on the map. Who knows how it's on the campaign. But should also benefit him in the Realm of Chaos map. Realm of Chaos. General updates. Penalties inflicted by the Chaos Wasteland climates on Boris Urs have been reduced. Boris Urs now generates devotion from holding Chaos Wasteland settlements. Boris Urs' wings are now visible on his campaign map model. Snow Leopard. Domination capture weight 5 to 4. English. Okay, City Lizardman. Dev note, while the core Lizardman features haven't found the opportunity for a revamp quite yet, we have made numerous changes to the individual lore, so no rework for the Lizardman yet. Kroger faction effects have been entirely revamped and now focus on Scar veterans and All Bloods. Oh, nice. That should be his flavor. The Scar of Evidence and All Bloods. It's a good call. Not only will he be able to recruit them earlier, but they'll all gain a scaling weapon strength buff for every level they gain. Damn, that sounds interesting. Scaling weapon strength buff for every level they gain. Oh man, Orc War Boss, one day you'll be great too. Is it the fucking rocket science to give something like this to a Orc War Boss or Grimgor? Or Kolek? I want to see this for Orc War Boss. Gorok has a new set of faction and lore effects and that lean more into his defensive nature. His unique right has been revamped. Rather than granting Unbreakable to Saurus, which was most useful when losing and substantially annoying to counter, it now grants them barrier and immune to contact effect like poison. Oxiol special missions now target demon faction will scale better with campaign difficulty. Tehenwen now unlocks regiments renowned by leveling up. Like other factions, his pyramid instead offers a repeatable way to get blessed spawning units. Well, at least Tehenwen has a mechanic. Christ and Mazdamundi. On top of a new starting position in Exotic Arcade, Nakai has received a revamp, the effect received from his Temple of the Old One system. In addition, his tech tree has been updated to provide much better economic scaling over the course of the campaign, substantially improving his ability to stay multiple horse. Much better economic scaling? You mean they actually added some income to it for the first time, to where there was none before? Additionally, Slan, including Mazamuni and Krog, will enjoy several updates to their skill trees to keep them up at the top tier of cast and offer new effects like Barrier. In battle, we wanted to shake up the Rampage system, but taking away Rampage from Primal Instincts, we hoped not to only make Rampaging feral units and the non-feral army more distinct, but also address long-standing player frustrations of losing control over a significant portion of your armies, making the buff stronger and triggering them earlier. Lizardmen should possess a power level comparable to the Warhammer 3 Chaos races. The Primal Instincts now pretty good. This also buffed the Dark Elves because of this. Well, when they were making the Nakai DLC, they spent most of the time working on Marcus, and the last day they made Nakai. So, at least they accepted the Nakai was rushed. We are also making a handful of tweaks to key monsters such as Ancient Salamander to help them reach the power standards of set in Warhammer 3. Finally, given the long wind-up of the deliverance of Itza spells cast by Lord Krog, we are also increasing their power level from what they were in Warhammer 2. Bear in mind that while it may look like they were reduced, the core mechanics of the area effect spells have changed Warhammer 3 to overall make them more powerful. So, it looks like Lord Krog is gonna have even stronger booms. More ammo for the Razor and Hunting packs. Ancient Salamander got more health and ammunition. That's actually nice for Ancient Salamander. I'd like they get more health. Repedactyl Riders got nearly 500 more health. The Red Saurian got 2 more defense, tanks multiplayer. Feral Canons got 4 more melee attack and 500 more mass. Nice. Feral Cold Ones got significant health increase. Okay. So defense for that unit. Repedactyl Riders got more health. Is it me or they have the same health as the Wargeist now? Please tell me they're not taking Wargeist as the base.
Here.
6320. 6250 is close. Well, Vargas looking worse than Repedactyls every day. For every update. Reproductors are ridiculous. Soaring got 2 more defense. They give hunger to the Vargeists. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Finally, the vampires have hunger. Long have we waited. Oh yeah. Now even the noobs can use this unit. Build these primal instincts. Numerous adjustments have been made to the primal instinct ability. No longer triggers rampage. Increase the melee attack bonus from 8 to 10 and 5 physical resist. That doesn't sound right. Is it 8 to 10? It's 10? It's 10. Yeah, we actually seen 10. I mean, a 10 attack is kinda crazy for this thing. Kinda crazy.
Summon the Elector Counts.
I guess this is a huge buff to Lizardman melee. They can compare to greenskins. I mean, look at this shit. Lysosaurus wars with shields with primal instincts. Even if there are 50 guys alive here, they're still an elite unit. And this unit is scaled really well with attack, because they have very high damage and their attack, you know, it's not as high. And they get 10 attack. This is pretty amazing for the Primal Instinct with Lizardman. I'll definitely upgrade their melee abilities. 10 attack is a big buff. And that 5% physical resistance is also nothing to ignore either. This is a significant buff to the Lizardman, especially the Lizardman AI in manual battles. The fact it triggers at 50% health is gonna make the AI Lizardman much tougher. Much tougher. And they added Primal Instinct to more units now. Primal Instinct to the Red Saurian. Get the fuck out of here. That thing gets attack buff. It has mega damage, it just needs more attack, right? Wounds, what a wound does for this thing? I lose 10% damage, 10% speed. But wound is on 25%, so you can keep this thing between 25 and 50. This thing gets a very high attack during Rampage, during Primal Instinct. 74, if they didn't change the skill. This thing can go over 90 melee attack. And massive stuff like this, it can't miss. Otherwise, there's so much wasted attack animation plus the damage. And if the Dreadsword doesn't miss, it destroys. Destroys. Golden tributes on Nakai add 10% damage as this. I'm not sure what this is. It looks like Nakai's vassal stuff has more stuff. Maybe it's his item. But still, the notification crystal got changed, but it has a lower duration now, huh? I don't like the fact it only lasts 20 seconds and has a 6-second cooldown on 7 uses. That seems off. But still should be a little bit better than before. It seems like off. 7 uses, 6-second cooldown, and only 20-second duration. I don't think they should have changed duration. They should have just lowered the amount of uses, right? Duration should have stayed the same and lowered the amount of uses. So we'll see how it goes in battles. Ruination of cities for Mazdamundi has been lowered. Damage. Base damage 48 to 6 and now present 34 to 16. It's almost enough to open that ball. Almost enough. That's all I'm going to say. They significantly nerfed the damages here, but it works differently now. We can add, this might look better at first, but it might work differently. Same for this. So there's hidden mechanics here, right? Hidden mechanics. So it's kind of bad that they actually nerf stuff like this, but we don't see the actual effect until we start using it. Norska, Dev Nord. Norska have received some of the most substantial changes in Warhammer 3 as we help them rise to meet the challenge of the new battlefield. They're better, man. They forgot to update this faction in Warhammer 2. We're still stuck in Warhammer 1. The biggest change is that they can now occupy all settlements. Hallelujah. Praise Sigmar. Though their economy will retain a strong focus on port cities, to accompany this they now have access to new resource buildings and a new set of provincial commandments to help assert control over the new territories. A new set of provincial commandments? Like they're saying like they actually had commandments in the first place. They had some of the worst provinces, no commandments, and they couldn't occupy and really anything except some port settlements. They're finally actually a proper faction. In addition to this, we have revamped the Allegiance of the Gods rewards to match some of the new mechanics and content introduced in Warhammer 3. You can read up on the full changes below. Okay, so it looks like Norska got a significant chunk. I expected Norska to get a rework, because, you know, when I hear a Voice of Chaos rework, it better, you know, put Norska under that, because Norska is not big enough to get a separate rework, and they should definitely go under the Voice of Chaos stuff, right? Even if they're not Voice of Chaos, because... Several adjustments have been made to the Legion of the Gods mechanic for Norska the Hound. No longer grants you the Hellcannon battery, rather you're granted with a unique result here of Korn, Kilgore Slaymane. So they removed the Hellcannon battery as the reward. That feel like that reward was definitely shitty. It granted one of the most powerful range units in the game and made everything else kind of lacking. So adding a character there and make the Hellcannon battery regiment renowned. Hopefully it wasn't nerfed. Still a fun. Original Hellcannon with 4 shooters. I think the characters should be more important than actual stuff like this. That Hellcannon battery is one of the most ridiculous units in the game. And let's see if they changed it. This is like one of the things, or one of the reasons to actually enjoy some Norska, not just their melee shenanigans. Oh my god, it's still the OG. So this is the old Hellcannon, the OP Hellcannon, but it's 4 of them, with 40 ammunition. This is beautiful. This gotta be one of the strongest regiments now in the game. Probably rank 30 now for it, right? It's an insane unit. This unit not only does destroy in open field, but also sieges. And not only that, it has over 4 times the damage of regular Hellcannon, which is homing projectiles. And not only that, it has extra ammo. Not only that, it can destroy single entities, large units, infantry, all the same. Everything dies. The Raven, Azrik, the base keeper can now access the Lord of Zinch spell set. So they do have now what are this? What is this Kilgore Slaymane? Exalted Hero of Khorne. What is the Exalted Hero of Khorne? Is it like the Voice of Chaos unit? So they got a lot of change here. Hopefully they didn't forget about his items and skills. If it's just a generic shit, worse than Gotrek, gonna be sad. Hopefully this is guys like a regular Lord of Change where you can access things on it, right? Here the Tormentor has been updated with the Sorcerer of Slanesh model and can access the Lord of Slanesh spell set. Is that the Chaos Sorcerer Lord? Or is it a hero on a Chaos Dragon? The Crow. No longer triggers a global plague, now provides the unique Great Unclean One, Purple Smirk Spew Spit. Spew Pit? A unique Great Unclean One. Maybe this one is actually gonna be finally a good Great Unclean One. Not those shitty Great Unclean Ones Needle gets. They have no unique skills. Another big buff to the Frostworm health. Man, how far the Frostworm have gotten from 4,000 health to 6,000 to 7,000. Marauder Champion's got a significant damage increase. What the... That's like not a small amount of damage, a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage increase. Same for the great weapons as well. A little bit less so, because they're all the high damage. Well, this one is a significant, like 9 to 15. It's only tank unit. That's a lot of damage. And if they retain the technologies, this unit scales with that weapon strength even better now. If I'm not mistaken, they have access to like plus 50% weapon strength without even skills. Which puts them to like, what, 75 weapon strength without anything else. 75 weapon strength. Hopefully Chosen have some access to that shit as well. following builds have been updated to leverage the new Warhammer 310 settings and scale based on the time spent engaged in melee combat. Berserk and Rage. Damn. Is it me or this is just way better than it used to be? This is way better than it used to be. God damn, they did a good upgrade for Norska. The Berserkers did have the Rampage, because it's a Berserk. Used to be like 3 stacks, but they would just vary, turn on and off. But they turn on permanently now as they wind up. Like this guy can have like 63 attack without anything else. 63 attack base. So after the way I see this, after 60 seconds in combat, they activate the first ability, and then after another 30 seconds, they activate the second ability. And it's permanent. No longer will go off and go back to the first stage, stage 1, 2, 3 again. But it only works when they're in melee, right? So they have to go into melee to get the Berserk. Man, the Marauder champions now with 50 weapons thing, they look that looks nutty. If I'm not mistaken, if that technology has been changed, Marauder champions have access to plus 50 weapon strength. 1 easy to unlock, 2 require capitals, and that's without battle skills. That's a lot of damage. And Marauder champions are faster than Slaaneshi guys, which is a little bit strange, you know, always been strange. Sea Fang, Wolfrig got nerfed damage-wise, but these abilities work a little bit different. Doesn't mean this is a nerf. They had to tone down these things because some of the abilities were overperforming. I mean, you did see in the initial Pendulum, right? Hey, Dorum. So Nurgle's economy is shifted a bit to provide more money from their cyclical buildings while reducing the massive bonuses for sacking the income they gain from plagues. Plague balance is still not radar, something that requires additional attention, so this is something we will continue to investigate and adjust over time. That plague stuff was situational anyways. With the release of the Champions of Chaos and accompanying Warriors of Chaos update, Nurgle is gaining a massive number of units to the roster. We have added Chaos Warhounds 2 as a bonus, which should provide Nurgle with additional tools to handle fast-moving units in certain matchups. I wonder... what are they saying those 3 units that was supposed to release? Holy shit, look at all these units. There's Nurgle. Weren't they supposed to have Warriors of Chaos with great weapons? Or this is the one? Kind of weird that the Chosen have the same damage as the Immortal Champions. That's, huh. Chosen of Nurgle, 50 weapon strength. Norska Marauder Champions get weapons, 50 weapon strength. I don't know. That seems off to me. Chosen Nurgle to get poison, but poison doesn't do damage. This Nurgle Force is not global recruit. We have updated the boon granted in Zinch Realm in the Realm of Chaos campaign. Update the global recruitment boon effects as seen in Zinch's Realm to grant cost reductions to recruitment. So this didn't even work when they updated the first time. Stream of Corruption, Orcas got a little bit nerfed. Link to the patch notes? Sure. Ogre Kingdoms. The Ogres have not been a focus of change in this update, but they should still benefit from general improvements we have made to the global diplomacy between races above. With the rebalance, many races will be less unfriendly towards Ogres in particular, giving them the space to take greater advantage of the contracts mechanic. Ah yes, the Ogre contracts. Hopefully at least part of their objective. One thing worth mentioning, we already heard of feedback regarding Skrag as a lot of the starting position in Mortal Empress, and we'll look at moving him to a more appropriate settlement in a future update. General updates. Grease's gold can now equip followers only intended for tyrants. AI Ogre Kingdom's faction now select big names. Damn, Ogre Kingdom's got shit. Maybe they're gonna have an easier time confederating and the contracts are gonna be slightly better. Those contracts were really crap. Skaven. Dave note, we're generally happy with the state of Skaven in their campaign at the moment, but we'll continue to observe their performance as well as your feedback to see where adjustments can be made. In particular, we look forward to hearing your thoughts about the new starting positions for Clan Ashen, now based in Cathay, and Clan Rictus finally back home in Crookback Mountain. Yes, we can finally play Clan Rictus where they belong. Skaven Corruption has also seen some slight tweaks, now granting a small amount of food when low, as an excellent incentive to spread out and conquer new territories. Ooh, not bad. Get even more food. In battle, the Skaven are getting a small boost to their power levels required to take on the demonic factions Warhammer 3 of note. The Veil of Shadow spell available via the Skaven spells of stealth will receive a significant cost reduction, allowing it to be used more often as an area denial tool. Much of the infantry roster is receiving buffs to give the Skaven slightly better frontline options. Warplock Giselles are printed through one model, just like Catay's Crane Gunners. Doom Flares and Doom Wheels are getting significant buffs to make them viable in a large variety of matchups. Wow, they're buffing Doom Wheels, finally. Took only 5 years. We look forward to hearing what you think. Hold on. Not a single mention about the brute horror here. It says significant buffs to Doom Wheels, and the first thing I read here, brute horror, super fast thing with regeneration, gets 12 attack boost. That can't be right, man. And they're buffing Doom Wheels, huh? What the hell? There's gotta be some multiplayer joke here. So they get stronger friends than before, and now they get 12 more attack. What the... This is like sneaky OP upgrade here. I wonder if this is also gonna affect the characters with brute horrors. That's a big upgrade. Chieftain on a bomb break gets 2 more attack. Clan Vulcan tail slashers lost 45 fire resistance. That's like odd. That's like a weird change. Explosion radius for the Dead Globe Bombardiers from 3 to 4. Like this is one of the deadliest units at close range, and they're now in deadlier now. Doom Flare's got 4 more attack, 4 more defense. Doom Wheel has got 1000 more health. Good morning. I've finally seen the light that this shit tier 5 unit with not enough health. 1000 more health. That's significant amount of health. It might actually be usable now if the charge is gonna be good. You're gonna have to see more stats like mass and attack values. Doom Wheel got 1000 more health. I'm having like deja vu or something here. Did we talk about Doom Wheel need 1000 more health? Unit only got 2 attack. This is a good start for the Doom Wheel, but it's a tier 5 unit, right? Yeah, Mount's got 2 more attack there. It looks like it's a frenzy related thing. So they buffed everything with frenzy to attack, and they gave us the old frenzy. So in the Warhammer 2, they nerfed every unit with frenzy to attack, and they buffed the frenzy plus 2 attack. At the start of Warhammer 3, it is the original frenzy with plus 8, and now in Immortal Empire's beta, some frenzy units get 2 attack, and they have also stronger frenzy. Hopefully there's not some kind of mistake happening here, because I like this. Like the Sense Bear is gonna be deadlier than before. So a lot of units with frenzy are now better now. Doom Wheel still has really bad attack, like really bad attack. This is because it's a charge and shoot unit at the same time. It's a really bad attack, even with 30 anti-infantry. 31 attack on rank 9. It's enough to harass weaker infantry. It's not even that fast. I don't know. I don't think this is good enough for Doom Wheel. Doom Wheel needs more. The problem is the battle skill for Doom Wheel does not support its melee that much. If it had a melee buff for attack or technology for attack, it might make more sense. Just health alone, I don't think it's gonna be good enough for Doomwheel. It's a tier 5 unit that's not fast enough and not strong enough. And it's both melee and range. I think Doomwheel needs more melee attack, either from skills or technology. But it's definitely a step in a good direction here. And this happens at the same time when they make the Brood Horror unit with Frenzy, they gave it plus 12 attack. And hear me out. 95 speed. That's 23 more speed than Doomwheel. It has almost the same health. Frenzy. And has regeneration. It has a better charge. Holy shit, look at this. Mass sucks on Doomwheel as well. This thing has 2000 mass. Doomwheel has 1250 mass. Doomwheel sucks compared to Brood Horror. And Brood Horror has better buffs for its performance, further performance. Brood Horrors are too good for Doomwheel to ever be viable. Doomwheel will never be anything other than a harassment unit, Regiment Renown, or a mount. That's pretty much it for Doomwheel. This thing's more mass, more attack, better technology, better skill buffs to ever be comparable to Brood Horror. Brood Horror is honestly a little bit too good. So the Frenzy units got 2 more attack. Quick got 3 more defense. This seems a little bit random. Thanks multiplayer for making Quick stronger. Quick is a cool character and is also very strong. Red Ogre's got 2 more attack, but they do have Frenzy. They gave the Skaven Slaves more health. Because that's the better frontline thing they were saying, right? Much of the infantry roster has receiving buffs to give the Skaven slightly better frontline options. And the only thing I see here that's a frontline thing, it's the Skaven Slaves. It's not even a frontline. Like, the Monks things adjustments are basically Frenzy thing. Where the Stone Vermin? I don't see Stone Vermin anywhere. So they buff health on the Skaven Slaves, but not the Stone Vermin. Skaven Slaves are like multiplayer unit and the AI unit. Avalanche Mortars got Shrapnel Explosion Radius 3 to 4. Isn't that unit all this seriously overpowered? Warlocks in the garrisons replaced Warp Lightning with Scorch. Oh boy. That's the massive nerf. Massive nerf. The AI doesn't know how to use Scorch. They use the start of this spell at the edge of the unit and they never really get good value out of it. It's a terrible spell for the AI. But Warp Lightning is amazing. While the player might get some value from Scorch, the AI will not get ever value from Scorch. I seen them hit as low as one entity with Scorch. So they remove one of the best AI spells in the game to one of the worst. I mean, makes the sieges against this game easier. But player also losing more lightning will make some battles also harder to win, or impossible to win. So Skaven spells of ruin got a couple of buffs. That frenzy needs duration, doesn't need other things. A lot of things got adjusted because of the Warhammer 3 changes to magic. Pestilent Bread got buffed. Plague Rash got changed. Another nerf to the Plague Rash. It's still fine if you have 2 Plague Priests. Sklnesh. What's that frenzy? It's a buff for melee units. Melee performance. (24) attack and damage buff on top of it. The duration kinda sucks. It should be higher. All these abilities should be have a higher duration. All the buffs for attack, damage, whatever, have a higher duration. I mean, they did it good with this. I mean, look at this, 40 seconds. I feel like this should be based for the buffs. 40 seconds on sneaky stabbing. Lord of Heaven's harmonic convergence is 22 seconds. Jeez, they should be also 40 seconds. Everything should be closer to this. Why they buffed this one and they didn't buff the rest of them? Feast of Gork at least 35 seconds. Feast of Gork is better than ever though, because its magical attacks are good now. That frenzy is okay on the Death Runners. And okay on the Sensor Bearers. Other units not so much, I think. It's kinda okay on the Red Ogres, kinda. But why put Red Ogres in the army? I guess maybe Cloud Molder. With the changes coming to vassals, a part of Warriors of Chaos work, some benefits will spill over to Nakari, whose vassals should now be more liable. The new Occupy Worker Nation will also give you the ability to issue more specific commands to your minions. Death Frenzy Doom will... stuff like Death Frenzy is not good on a single entity. Not really. As with all the Warhammer 3 Chaos factions, Nation is receiving a massive roster expansion alongside Champions of Chaos, so we're being cautious about making any major corrections until we see how it plays out. That makes me happy. That makes me happy.
I am the Arch-Tempter.
They literally doubled the roster here, right? God damn, the Chaos Knights of Slaanesh with lances look, the unit card looks amazing. They doubled it. They doubled it with this update. Like it's like the only guys. 6 months ago they released half of the game. Now they released the other half, and we had to pay extra for it. They get the whips. Chaos Warrior Slanesh. At physical resistance. Marcus Slanesh gives immune psychology, strider, physical resistance, speed. This unit always had 0 AP. That's new. This is some sexting here, right? 0 AP on a weapon. Let's see what they say here. Like they hit the enemies, but they do no damage. Some kind of fucked up thing. General updates. Remove the following non-functional effect from the car quest item, enable draining attacks. So that's what it does, boys. That's what it does. Nothing. It does nothing. We finally know. 6 months later. We wondered about that one, what that one was doing. We had various ideas in our heads. Changes have been made to Slanesh seduction mechanic to alleviate issues where vassalizing non-chaos factions with damage and card relation with other chaos factions. This happened in our campaign. Seductive influence now increases the affected factions' diplomatic relations with all chaos factions rather than just Slanesh. Nice. Seductive influence no longer unlocks treaties as they are all available by default. Well, with the changes to vassals, there might be something here. This faction I feel like is gonna be amazing in Immortal Empires. Just start is gonna be, you know, feel a little bit different. From one of the best locations in the game to Ultuan, which is gonna be filled with weird demons there. With all demons getting access to diplomacy in some form, we felt like Nakar needed a bit more to distinguish his more diplomacy-oriented playstyle. As such, we boosted his advantages in this area. Increasing Nakari's bonus to vassal income and added an additional bonus to legion point generation. Vassals created by Slanesh will now never rebel and should always join wars alongside their master. No mention if other factions bypass you and declare one of your vassals still. That's what's fucked up. And that's it, Chaos Furies is like, no mention here. What the? No mention here about whips. I swear this unit had more damage before. So look at this. This unit has 28 weapon strength. This unit has 25 weapon strength, and this unit has 24 weapon strength. Why does this unit have the lowest weapon strength with no anti-large, no anti-infantry, and no AP? Would it make sense if they remove this gotta be a bug. Now, this is a bug. I'm calling it right now. This is a bug. Because you can't remove armor-piercing weapon damage from a unit and not add regular base weapon damage. They didn't increase the base weapon damage and they removed the AP damage. If, let's say, this unit had, I don't know, 4 AP. If they remove 4 AP, they should add at least 8 base weapon damage, right? You know how much damage does this unit do to something with 100 armor? Next to nothing. It's literally just 1 damage if they hit. You see this 9,000 health? You know what's gonna happen? This 9,000 health, you will literally see this. It's gonna go down like 1, 2, 3 at a time. From 9,000 to 8,997, 95, 93, 91. You're literally gonna see every number go down because that unit has no damage. So this gotta be a bug. This is not even a basic unit. This is the basic unit.
Oh my god.
Weak against armor.
Holy shit. What the hell?
It should say does no damage to armor. There's some fucked up flavor here. Gotta be. Or a bug. What is the mounted option? But this unit has 13 AP. The fuck? I guess because the health starters do some damage? What the fuck is this shit? Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh, Health Scourgers. Oh, this is a dog shit unit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Fuck me. What the fuck is this shit? This unit excels at pinning down enemy units. They don't even have poison. Chaos Wars, Slaanesh, Health Scourgers, not damage. What the fuck they do with that shit? There's a Chosen as well. This gotta be the worst Chaos Warriors in the game.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Ooh, the Chosen at least good. Oh my god. Okay guys, this is a beta. This is a beta and there's definitely gonna be some missteps, like they said. But I'll say one thing, 0 AP will not work. These guys won't be able to kill anything with armor. And why would you put a unit in the army that can't kill shit? What's gonna be tank here 65 versus 60? What the fuck is... This is almost identical shit. And these guys do damage. This unit might be only usable offensively against something that has under 60 armor. It's a defender. And this unit is not a defender. If this unit had like 100 models with more health, I could see it. So it's telling me this unit is a defender, and this unit is not a defender. So this is a defender, and this one is not a defender, huh? This is dog shit. Rewrite this into dog shit. And this is a defender. At least the Chaos Knights don't have whips, thank God. Charge reflection. Ah yes. They're gonna reflect 0 fucking damage. Guys, come on. You ever played this game before? This is a solid one at least. At least it's like a regular Chosen. What the fuck were they thinking with this shit? Have charge, expert charge defense, and charge reflection. So they're not gonna get any damage in charge, but they will die because they can't kill anything. While this unit are super tanky, they will be killing stuff. Why would you ever use this one over this one? If they wanted this one to be special, they should have given it poison attacks. Or a way higher weapon strength. This unit, I can see this unit work with poison attacks. I can see that being a defender then. If this one had poison attacks, sure. I'll take it. I'll take no damage. But it has no poison attack. You have to understand that this unit with 60 defense, same armor, same health, it's already amazing. This is amazing. And I guarantee you this unit will do like 4 to 5 times more damage than this unit. 4 to 5 times more damage. And they're all the super tanky. So the only way to make this unit actually be this thing they say, defender, if they give them poison. Or some kind of, not poison, Slanesh ability, what is it called, the other one? Where is the chaos spawn? Soporific Mask. They don't even have this. Why not Soporific Mask? So if they give them that, sure, I'll take it. But shit weapon strength, I'm not talking about no AP. The 44 is way too low. It was like 60, sure. Soporific Mask, and I can see it. Soporific Mask, I can see it. Otherwise, there's no reason to use this one over this one. This one has incredible base stats and actually does damage. And guys, trust me when I tell you, this is 4 to 5 times more damage than this unit. And toughness-wise, they're almost identical. This is a fail. Fail, fail, and fail. This is never gonna get recruited anymore in the game. Nobody gonna use this shit. Now that they added these units here, wonder if they added any technologies for them. Holy shit, this is bad. Well, that is disappointing, but at least we got the regular version. So we don't get halberds, we don't get spears, we don't get polearms, we just get swords. That's a shame. It's a shame. Well, what can you do? Can't have everything. So this is the only anti-large option, huh? So what is it? Slanesh doesn't have halberds or polearms in the roster. Is that it? Or are they gonna come later? Halberds only Zinchting. Well, finally, creep ghouls do more damage than some infantry in the game. They finally done it. They make creep ghouls look good. Where were we? The Empire. I'm gonna get a drink, guys. Be back. I'm back, boys. Those units having some quality to them, like the Chaos Warriors, the Chosen, you know, they look like something, but trust me, guys, it's just crap. Back in Warhammer 1, creep ghouls, damage dealer, by the way, against armor, had 2 AP. And you use them against Dwarf Warriors, you know what happens? They can't kill shit, they just die. They're literally a best case scenario to kill one guy. So, in Warhammer 2, you know what they did? They doubled their AP. And you know what creep ghouls still do? Nothing. With 4 AP. Damage dealer, by the way. Slash being one of my favorite factions, and the fact that roster gets Hell Scourges and not spears, halberds, or great weapons, it's disappointing. But it's enough to put a Jack in the freezer, but not enough to open a Buddha drink. It's almost enough to put it in a book of bugs, get a book of bugs. But unless I use them myself, I'm not gonna make the entry. So basically, it is very disappointing they added made this unit like this. Not higher weapon strength and not soporific mask. I think a soporific mask on every Hell Scourge unit should have been acceptable. But maybe slightly higher weapon strength, maybe like another 4 to 10. So basically, I'll just say this is just a bad design decision. This is a bad design decision. There is no reason to all of a sudden create a unit with zero AP. So, bad design decision, and let's move on. The Empire. Dev, no, there are minimal unit balance changes to Empire right now, as we are largely happy with where they are. We'll be keeping a close eye on their performance via your feedback now that the Immortal Empress is out though. And we'll tweak them as required in future patches should the need arise. The Empire do benefit from a brand new starting position via Volkmar's Cult of Sigmar, who now hound for the Books of Nagash from their base in Southernburg. Books of Nagash. So Volkmar is going to be collecting bonuses from Books of Nagash like the Tomb Kings. Similar to the other book hunting factions, Volkmar will gain specific bonuses from each book he finds and destroys. Destroying books will also increase his zeal. Zeal? Granting him access to the unique Elector Council units and ancillaries. Sounds like they actually given him mechanic. Maybe they're giving Geld something. Volkmar himself has seen a few key changes, starting with a Battle Prayer already unlocked, and unlocking Order as fast as the new standard Archlector. With the addition of several new and dangerous threats to the Empire in Immortal Empires, we made a few tweaks to help you manage your Imperial Order with some of the authority-related dilemmas triggering more frequently. We're still not happy with the balancing of. We're still not quite happy with the balancing of the system. However, you'll be seeing some additional balance tweaks in an upcoming patch. That's great news. Great news. We've seen the teaser trailer, yeah. War of Wagons, base missile damage 5, armor pistol missile damage 15 to 25, run speed 50 to 60. Oh, that's actually like a big change for the War Wagons. Massive damage increase and actual speed. Damn. There was something off with the War Wagons. Apparently they had bugged damage the whole time. So I guess this might be a fix and not really a buff. But it looks like the War Wagon's gonna be pretty good now. That's a massive speed increase, and this unit needs speed. They have the same speed like the Heavy Cavalry now. That's a big damage upgrade. Hopefully, it don't upset the multiplayer. Harry Cow is 75 speed now. All of them. Would they actually increase the speed of heavy cavalry? Tomb Kings, let's see what Tomb Kings have. Oh, that's a lot of text, let's see. They have known, well, Tomb Kings joined Immortal Empires in a good place. They did feel a bit slow in the early game, relying heavily on skeleton spam until they could take up. As such, we have changed up their building tree to ensure they have access to more exciting units earlier on in their campaign, though in limited quantities. We also made changes to each Legion of Lords faction and Lord effects to not only bring them up to pair in Warhammer 3, but to ensure that each has a clear role. Setta's core bonus have been increased, construction time and replenishment effects have been improved, and they also gain bonus allegiance point generation. Cetera might not serve, but others surely will. I've had a glimpse of it. Khalida now gets buffs to diplomacy control and research rate, representing her beloved status on the technical expertise of her home city of Libaras. I've seen that glimpse as well, it looked pretty good. Arkan now gets an additional army available at the start of his campaign. Damn! Immediately recruit a second army. Now that's a faction effect. Proper faction effect for this guy. Making him a much more dangerous threat in the early game and a real contender in the fight for Nehekara. That's a pretty big buff for Arkan. AI and the player. Kareb now receives substantial cost reduction to rights and the martial cult, which should scale better in the late game than his previous effects. Substantial cost reduction to the rights and the martial cult. They made the crafting martial cult cheaper for him. That makes sense. In battle, the Tomb Kings have undergone quite significant changes to increase the resilience of the infantry and the staying power of their lords. Khalida, having always had the option to support both melee and missile units with her area of effect melee abilities and passive missile buffs, Khalida is gaining additional charges for her venom staff and a reduction to its cooldown, which will allow her to use it more often, helping her be just as effective at range as she is in melee. The infantry units for the Tomb Kings have had their leadership and armor increase across the board, which should keep them in fight just long enough to be useful. Damn, that sounds like a big one. At 30 leadership and 10 armor. They doubled the armor and gained 10 more leadership. I'll take it. I'll take it. What the hell? The Spearman has even more? 45? Oh my god, they're finally fixing the undead. The low undead were so bad with their leadership. That's a big boost to the spears and the swords. That's actually significant. Double armor as well. Their costs have also been adjusted slightly to represent their actual value on the battlefield. Their cost. Very interesting. Monsters, they are also getting leadership increase to keep them in the fight for longer, in addition to some small health and defense increases. Hey Booker. Reduce the flame weakness of lords and heroes from 25% to 50%, okay. 15 more leadership for the archers, 10 more leadership for the bone giant, 50 more leadership for the Ushapti. This is what the undead needed, more base leadership. They had some of the worst leadership. Khalida has more health. Her health definitely seemed off, right? It makes sense to buff her health. Yeah, significant leadership changes. Hopefully they've done the same for the vampire counts. 4 more defense for the Scorpion Legion, or maybe that's all spears. More damage for Necropolis Knights, more anti-large for the halberds. Necrosphinx had a health buff, leadership buff. Yeah, that's big. That's big. Yeah, that's a really good changes. I'm really liking that leadership increases. That should have done it's like it made kind of sense in the early stages of Warhammer 1, but it aged really badly. Then they just copied most of the stats for the Tomb Kings. Skeleton Horsemen have also a little bit better leadership now. Their building kind of sucks, but they got buffed. This is big. Like, look at this. This is a 50% increase in base leadership. This will also make them a little better with Realm of Souls. Tomb Guard, Kepra Guard got 20 more armor, 10 more leadership. Regular Tomb Guard got 5 more armor and 10 more leadership. I like it, I like it. Big buff to Shapti as well. The base of Shapti have better stats. That 44 leadership on the base with nothing else looked really bad. Syrian Legion of the Netherworld, those are the ghosts. Holy shit, I got a massive damage increase. And I got Frostbite now as well. I love this unit. It looks like this unit got a big buff. They were all one of the better tier units in the game, now they've been better. That's amazing. Amazing, but you can have only one of them, so they should be amazing. Hell are they? Legions of Legends are not here. Ah, it's here, it's here. They got Antifa now as well.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Return Ring streams. Yeah. I'm playing a long stream ahead. I hope I don't need to get a drink. This unit has got a massive buff. Massive buff. This unit is going to be incredible in sieges against a lot of factions. Like, what the fuck is this shit? This unit has ridiculous damage and those Hell Scourge have 0 damage. $51 armor piercing damage. And these units do not come... Are these units on rank 9 immediately? Might be. This is an incredible unit. 120 guys with 51 AP. These are the scariest ghosts in the game. And they have 3 charges on the Realm of Souls, plus the Restless Dead. You wanna hear the best thing? I am pretty sure this unit can have the Regeneration Banner. If the enemy doesn't have magical attacks, this unit will gonna be soloing most of the enemy army the whole time. This is amazing. And they get armor, armor and defense from battle skill. And more armor from technology.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the?
They did nerf lower the physical resistance on all the ghosts, but they increased their health. And this one, you know, they had a lot of health. Because there's 120 bodies. For example, this one, for some reason, has a lot of bodies. Well, if you compare it to, like, Ken Raids, they have only 60 guys. So on the base, Ken Raids are worse. But at least they had the big damage, right? And now the special, we can only own one of them, I guess it's fine. God damn, this is some hot shit. Games like this, for me personally, a lot of fun. Like stuff like this is reason enough to love it and play the game. Just this alone. And with the whole team, What do we have here? Venom stuff has a low cooldown, more uses. The missile thing, right? Doesn't look like they did much regarding items. No mortal call changes, maybe. I need a break from that unit. Okay, let's see what Zinch has. Dev Node, due to massive roster expansion from Champions of Chaos and the removal of the automatic work relation of Chaos factions, where we are holding off making any major changes to Zinch for now. That said, we have heard the early feedback about Kairos Spadeweaver's current starting position in Immortal Empires and will be looking to move him across the sea to the southern wastes as a part of the future patch. He starts at the bottom tip of Southlands. I'm not even sure if it's a capital, maybe just minor settlement. It looks like one of those corner minor settlements. If it's the same as the Iron Vortex mob. Remove the battle reinforcement time accuracy effect from Kairos effects, as they are no longer relevant with the removal for reinforcement time uncertainty. So they just removed this, but they didn't add anything else. Zinch factions will no longer use their unharmed manifestation mechanic on factions in the Chaos Realms if they are not also in Chaos Realms. Tutorial Watchers manufacture will no longer declare war on Kurgan Warband, as it benefits them to have Kurgan Warband attacking the Great Bastion. You mean feeding the Great Bastion. Vampire Coast, Dave Note. In addition to a new starting position for Celostra on the coast of Nagrod, we've extended the Dead Rise Again feature previously exclusive to Vampire Counts. Ooh, nice. This gives Vampire Coast units a chance to come back to life after battle, even if they were destroyed. Particularly in areas with high vampiric corruption. So we pity the poor soul who puts the blood corpses back together after battle. Damn. In battle, Vampire Coast faction will also be receiving a similar style of roster changes to the Vampire Counts. We are bringing the shared units in line and are ensuring the leadership and hit point increase are present across zombie units as well. A much requested unit to address has been Depth Guard, who have received a performance overhaul, especially when you consider the percentage-based healing in Warhammer 3. This should allow Vampire Coast players to gravitate towards melee play at least to a certain degree. Depth Guard getting even more elite. One of the minor but interesting changes in our opinion is the zombie pirate gunnery mob gaining some range and vanguard deployment. We're excited to see how Vampire Coast players can make interesting openers happen with this. They can't make this faction too interesting because this is a multiplayer faction. They have to be careful with this shit. Animate cares Silostra. Silostra got a health buff, but also less physical resistance. She also has charmed effect, lowering attack of anybody that gets hit. So the ghosts got health, less physical resistance, and more AP damage. The ghosts don't care about the armor, right? Them knights errant. Knights errant ghost 7,000 health. There gotta be some kind of mistake. No, that does what? That looks like a bug. Knights errant have 60 to 180 health. This is regular. The ghosts should have less, right? Why did they get 7,000? With 55 physical resists. There gotta be a... What the fuck? Wait, what the hell is with these health pools? It's a ghosts. That's a massive buff. So they get the ridiculous health and they get physical resistance at the same time. Damn, I'm definitely skilling those questing knights now. What the fuck? And they got AP damage now as cavalry. Cavalry charged with AP. Well, the blue knight got nerfed. But he still access to a big ward save, right? I think is actually better like this. No random magic stuff. $4,700 health on a ghost. That seems like so weird now. He's gonna have to get used to it. But what the fuck is this? 9,700 health on this damned questing knights? This guy's gonna be really annoying if you don't have magic to kill them. Like, they're gonna last and they're gonna do damage. And they have AP. And they slow things down. Hopefully they fix the information bug. Because that shit is gonna be abusable otherwise. Mongram says, I've never played this game, but love Civilization happened upon Immortal Empire stream 2 days ago, and I just paid almost $300 to get all of the games and DLCs. Well, hopefully you're gonna play more than 10 hours, otherwise, Sega, thanks for your money. Oh, finally, Terragas got proper leadership. Finally, oh yeah. So, Terror guys, which now have strong region, have finally a proper high tier leadership, health, which makes the region better and more damage. Oh yeah, Terror guys got buffed. Regular Dead Guy got 700 more health, crazy for healing, and 5 anti-infantry. Only 5? I guess better than nothing. Big health increase. Or Master Mortal Hunter. Mongol slight buff. Leadership increases. Penetration for the deck gunners, huh? Cool, cool. Well, I'm definitely curious to see new sirens now with this change. I think that's still gonna be amazing for Celostra. Berg Black as well.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the
This leadership increase is pretty good. That's what the undead needed. It looks like they went across the board. The other mob has 120 range. Yeah, the zombies got improved vastly as well. It was a joke, Graham. It was just a joke. Yeah, the game has crazy replay value as long as you get in the bells. We only have one guy here who buys games, don't play them. His name is Bloomcools. Is it me or they? This is a massive damage increase on the bomb thrown, the cackle fruit. Vampire counts. Shirviza probably fell asleep. Okay, boys. Okay, let's see. Vampire counts weren't in a great place in Warhammer 2. No shit. They forgot about their rework at the end of Warhammer 2. Relying on the redundant strategy of spamming endless stacks of the free skeletons, we have made some big changes to help deal with this and make their gameplay more dynamic and interesting. Because it was hard to build a variety of units and use support magic, right? Improvements to raise dead pools will now scale of Vampiric Corruption in addition to battle size, giving more reliable access to some units. That sounds great if it works. Tech 3 revamp, free skeletons and zombies are gone, but many other techs have been improved. I don't know how I'm gonna live without free zombies. I'm gonna have to pay that upkeep now.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit?
Thank you, using the full logic.
What the hell?
Updated skills for the Necromancers and the Master Necromancers. Oh, sounds spicy. Improve the early game economy. Updated bloodline effects. Access to Mongols if you own the Vampire Cost DLC. Nothing mentioned the traits, but maybe the bloodline effects are there. On top of all that, several individual lords have got new stuff too. Holy shit, this like, look at the Vampire Counts, there's a lot of text, almost like a rework here. Helman Gors has struck off on his own and now preys on the caravans of the Ivory Road from his lair in the Haunted Forest. So he's living in a Wood Elf forest now. He's received an update to his skill tree. He starts mounting his corpse card and gets some powerful faction effects to zombies. So it wasn't the plague, they went with the zombies, huh? Well, maybe we finally get them super zombies we wanted all those years ago. Vlad and Isabella have been updated to work better together. With the Lord, you don't pick being converted into a legendary hero so that they can fight alongside each other in the same army. Yeah, heard about that? Just a moment, guys. One moment. Somebody's calling me. Come here, sorry for interruption. Grimgor called. He wanted everybody to know that he's still the best. Mumford now starts in the Southlands hunting the books of Nagash. So Mumford then and Volkmar are looking for books of Nagash. I guess it makes sense if they put him in the Southlands, gotta be the books of Nagash. He'll gain bonuses for each book, but if he manages to get back to Dragonhof and construct a special landmark, the effects of each of them will be doubled. Ooh, that sounds like something. You get books, you get bonuses, and you get Dragonhof and special landmark, you double it. Depends what those effects are, but I'm excited already. We are very much looking forward to hearing your reactions to these changes. On the battle side, the objective has been to bring them up to pair with the demonic rosters, given that both undead and demonic units share the same leadership-based crumble mechanic. The disparity between demonic and undead leadership values needed to be addressed. To that end, the vast majority of Vampire Count's units have seen a leadership boost across the board. It took them 5 years, but they done it. Over the course of time, many units have become generally tuned across the board, and to resolve this, most units have been tuned up depending upon their role within the roster. In particular, ethereal units have been given a rework due to their sheer number of magic attacks present in Warhammer 3, with their huge physical resistance being reduced and replaced with significant health boosts. In addition, ethereal units all come with a frostbite con effect to represent their deadly touch, and the damage has been made exclusively armor-piercing except for the Banshees. Goddamn, this health increase and the horrible regeneration of Kemmler. Kemmler must be cackling like a madman with his ridiculous skills now. The Black Coach has been retooled significantly. Oh, here we go again, boys. Is this like the 4th rework of the Black Coach? All 3 of its abilities have had their time in melee requirements to activate replaced with number of kills. This better reflects the intended use of the Black Coach. This thing had intended use? Please tell me more. Holding a chariot type unit in prolonged melee is the opposite of what players should be doing. Really? What are we supposed to do with chariots? Its abilities have also been shifted around and slightly tweaked to more elegantly suit the purpose of the unit. Overall, the changes listed below have been made to allow the Vampire Counts to stand tall and fight toe-to-toe with attrition-based factions like Nurgle and blitz factions like Khorne. Naturally, the increase in overall power level will come with unit cost increases. Well, they thought of everything, even the multiplayer. Units Banshee, 10 more leadership, more health, scale down physical resistance. Way more defense and attack, and more damage. Holy shit, the Banshee got a big buff. That's a big buff for the Banshee. If they're all disciplined, they're definitely going in the army. 10 more attack. Black Coach. 5 more melee attack. It received 400 more mass. So it has like over 2 times the mass of Doomwheel. Melee attack interval plus 0.8 seconds. Ah yes, the hidden stats get changed that we can see. Whenever the hidden stats are gonna be you know, shown on weapon strength tooltip. So I can say, guys, if the melee attack interval increase is a bonus or a negative. Because if they increase the melee attack interval from like 4 seconds to 4.8 seconds, it's actually worse. So it sounds like it's attacking slower now. Because they increase the damage significantly. Base weapon damage got increased and armor piercing weapon damage got increased. On the shittiest single-entity damages in the game, and finally has a little bit better damage. Splash attacks plus 2, oh, that's all significant. So, doesn't just do overkill damage. That's actually quite a bit more damage. The fact he has 5 more attack, that's noticeable. Doesn't the Black Coach has one of the worst battle skills in the game? Black Knights. Melee defense increased by 4, attack by 6. Get the fuck out of here. They attack faster, they got more damage, they got more charge, and they got magical... What the fuck? That is insane. What the fuck have you done with the Black Knights, guys? Look at this shit, they're all really good. No way. Gotta be some kind of mistake. The fuck? They already, this unit already got boosted like crazy in Warhammer 2 for a tier 2 unit. And now again? And magical attacks on top? 7080 health? What the... That is a beautiful tier 2 unit. Put tears in my eyes. What the hell? Damn, what this? What this? Look at all these stats, man. What the 6 attack? They're gonna be leveling so fast, killing those Empire boys. And they attack faster at the same time as they get attack. Wow. It's gotta be the biggest boost I ever seen to any cavalry unit at once. Even more so than those early buffs of the Chaos Knights. This is like huge. And it's a tier 2 unit. You can actually build that building immediately, or this unit will be available on Raised Dead more than any other units. And the Lancers also got buffed. 15 defense, what the hell? Looks like all the Black Knights got better. Holy shit. That can't be right. What does it say there? Melee defense 23 to 38. No, that can't be right. That's a typo. They got 5 defense. Okay. Don't go crazy. It's interesting they have the same health now. The Black Knights look amazing now. And they also attack faster. But why they buff damage in this unit? They did all the get Mount Effort in the last update. Is it the non-recognized better than the Lancers? Not really, no. The Lancers do mega charge damage. This unit can destroy several units that can destroy regular Black Knights. Blood Knights got 5 more leadership. They got a nice damage increase. They got hunger. Vampires getting hunger. All is well in the world again, boys. God damn. These guys are gonna be annoying as fuck. God forbid the AI gets a couple of these in the army. Cavalry that just won't die. And they hit really hard in charge as well. Can raise 10 more leadership, significant health increase, they lower the physical resistance, removed all splash attacks. They're going out for a single target now. This means that they're not gonna do attack animation unless they have a target in front of them, which means they're gonna do more damage. Instead of hitting the air for more damage. Now this is actually a buff, because they have 60 combatants. I think this is a buff. It'll also make them more dangerous against single entities. This is crazy for Camler. For Camler, this is a crazy thing. I guess make them more viable without without battle skills. And this is one of the garrison units. If there's still a garrison unit, it's also pretty good. Let's mention the chill guys here, but not really hex rates. Holy shit, the hex rate's got a mega health increase. And this unit has come so far. Still has poor attack, but it's very high damage. This is one of those units that has pretty much everything. And that's why, you know, some things have to be lower. But these units are ideal for any attack buffs. But most with this. And they used to have flaming attacks, now they have frostbite. That's a lot of health. That's kind of crazy for Kemmler. Kemmler has horrible regeneration for his rates. This means they regenerate and they resurrect at the same time. On 7400 health. That's nutty. They're only going to be really bad against magic. Against everything is like gonna be unstoppable. And these units on veterancy will get anti-infantry and a damage penalty for the enemy. Because the white blades on the Kemmler, right? Kemmler turns these units into really crazy units. Creep ghouls got 5 attack, that's nice. They attack faster, and they got stalk and wang deployment. Finally, Creep ghouls gotten some love. They still have shit health though. At least they're stalking now. I guess with stock it's fine now. 120 guys, 7500 health. Compare this to skeletons. 7200 health. And this is like a basic unit. Stock is okay here on this unit. The attack buff will help. Damn, Creep Horse got a big buff. Oh yeah. That's a big buff for Creep Horse. 10 leadership, big health increase, they got regeneration, massive defense buff, attack buff, they attack faster, they charge harder, and they got better splash. God damn, Creep Horse looking good. Yep. The damage is not the greatest, but they do have regeneration and poison. Hard to balance scene like this, cause you know, if you compare them to trolls, they seem will not easily flee, and on a base they have to also consider multiplayer. This is a much better unit now, much better unit. This is huge now, even with this average damage. So Creep Horror is a siege attacker. Did you shop to finally get siege attacker? Chopped is not a siege attacker. Is it me or do Chopped has more anti-infantry now? Didn't he used to have like 5 anti-infantry? Always 8? Okay. I'm mixing it with something else. Well, Creep Horrors look very good now. We've seen the Vargeists got the hunger. That makes me really happy. Look at the mass increase in the Vargeists. Said the Creep Ghouls regiment now. They got Frenzy now as well. Oh, that's actually good. The regiment now. Well, Bats only got 5 more leadership, but they also got 5 melee attack. Attack faster, more damage. A small buff to the Fell Bats. Graveguard attack faster and they got magical attacks. Get the fuck out of here. Just like that, huh? I mean, it's the undead vampires are kind of magic, so it makes sense they get more access to magical attacks. That's a pretty good buff to the Graveguard, assuming this works, because we can see the stats. You can see devs are telling us melee attack interval minus 0.4 seconds, right? But we don't know what this is. Why can't we mouse over weapon strength and see unit attack interval and splash attacks? There is room for it, right? Well, let's open the Great Book of Bugs for Immortal Empires and put a first entry. Probably gonna put one for skills as well. Quality of life, first entry. Tooltip for weapon strength could show attack interval, weapon range, and splash attacks. So we click on a unit here, under weapon strength, and then we would have another 3 lines of text. One would say attack interval, how often they attack, weapon range, what's the range of their weapons, and splash attacks, if they have any, like 0 to 3. Like, I don't know why they hide this information. There's definitely room for on the tooltip, right? I could also put it on melee attack as well. But it fits more weapon strength, right? Tooltip for melee attack or weapon strength. Tooltip for melee attack or weapon strength unit info should show attack interval, weapon range, and splash attacks. Yeah, first entry. Quality of life.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
Well, if people look at, if people mouse over things, they clearly want more information, right? There is no reason for game to hide information. Especially if they're trying to tell us more advanced information, right? Thank you, Grassless. So what the hell is this? Hit points 7544 to 8289. This is like off as well. So they have 7400, and it says here it's also supposed to be 8200. So which one is correct? This sounds right? This, I guess it's a just type here. So, the Skeleton Warriors actually now got even more armor. Master Necromancer now has a lesser raise dead. Morse Engine has magical attacks. Necromancer has a lesser raise dead. Skeleton Warriors got leadership 30 to 40 and domination capture point 62. I don't know what his domination capture point power is. Almost sounds like how fast they can capture a point in a siege or something. Multiplayer. Striga Ghoul King got a significant buff. 10 defense, 21 attack, and 5 charge bonus. That's actually a good for Striga Ghoul King. Striga Ghoul King should definitely be more savage. Striga Ghoul King 5376. 776. Yeah, the Striga have regeneration, and they're vampires, so they get extra hunger too. What else? Terrorgeist also has higher attack and defense on the Striga Ghoul King. And the Striga Vampire Lord also got the buff as well. Terrorgeist has gotten a significant update. I guess it's kind of under Dragon update. Terrorgeist look really good now. They used to have like, I don't know, very poor attack, like, I don't know, 34 or lower. That leadership increase on top of health and regeneration looks very good. As a flyer that fights, this is very good stats. The old Terrorgeist definitely was lacking. It's a shame that Terrorgeist has 2 skills for charge. But also attack, this should be crazy scary. 118,000 people playing Warhammer 3 right now. Well, it finally got the release, Marconis. It's been delayed twice, but we finally got it. And look at this, it's only on 60%, went up 1% already today. Oh, look at this. Who would have guessed if you actually release the game and release the right stuff, people would be happy and give good reviews, right? And the best thing is, the people who played Mortal Empires for years, they know this is just one state of the game, because this is gonna clearly change. No matter, you know, how off it is, or some things are lacking, or I don't know, imbalanced, the change of the game will change. So this is going to be the only time you're gonna be able to experience this version. The next version is gonna be a different game already. Ooh. Zombies also got 10 more leadership. What the hell is this hell pool? What the hell? Are the zombies finally getting some health? $50 leadership zombie with 15,000 health. What the? Damn, it looks like zombies might be something now. Vampire got more leadership and more defense. Vampire got more defense too. Vargas big mass increase in hunger, very nice stuff. Vargulf also leadership buff, health buff, more special attacks, and doesn't have regeneration anymore, has hunger. Then Vargulf got buffed as well. Huh. Black Knights, oh my god, this shit there's no way they're gonna keep Black Knights like that. Is this the new Black Knights? White King. Big health increase, a lot more melee attack, mass, and special attacks and magical attacks. White Kings are all really solid. Not even better, man. So, White Kings get even better. I haven't read anything about the Emperor Captains. Zombie Dragon Mount got a massive increase. So, Zombies got 10 more leadership and a lot big health buff. So apparently it's fine to give zombies 2000 more health, but the Stone Vermin, they gotta be good in multiplayer or something. Okay, what does the Balefire do now? Balefire used to be against magic. Change from an area effect debuff to an area of effect augment. So they have a buff now. Grants fire resist within the area of effect. Imbues flame attacks with the area of effect. Imbues magic attacks with the area of effect. So Balefire grants fire resistance to units in the area, gives them flaming attacks and magical attacks. Well, that makes the Balefire way better in, for the player in the single player. Well, it nerfed the Balefire for the AI. Balefire for the AI was okay, sometimes disable the player magic. Not only that, but also bug the player magic. Black Nimbus. Remove the prerequisite time and melee combo condition before the ability activates. Add the prerequisite number of kills with the ability. That's the Black Coach. The Black Coach, well, it looks like they almost double the damage. Didn't do anything to its leadership, though.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
Energy dropper. Well, it's enough. It's good enough to try again, right? Master of the Dead unit now must be out of melee to activate this ability. That's the Necromancer ability that provides regeneration to nearby units, undead units. All Might is getting timed out. I don't even see him in the chat. Sure he's here? Oh, there he is. Okay. Let me just update this thing here. What has been All Might jabbering here? Was he polishing Tyrion's sword already? All Might. Some Knight is similar to the Tempest. Is an ability the Moncarsons have. It heals both the Necro and the units. Vigor Mortis no longer buffs attack and defense, now restores Vigor. Wow. Or is it still up on the top? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here! Attack, defense, and restores Vigor! I just came. Finally, Undead will be restless. What the hell? They make corpse cards viable through the whole game now. What the? Look at this shit, guys. What this is what? 2 unholy lawsons in every army now? That's something. God damn. Wow, they done this is almost, guys. I want to say this almost feels like a vampire rework, almost. No, a Necro in every army. Well, with Vigor Mortis restoring Vigor, you want to have like 2 of those. I guess 2 Necromancers in every army. Warriors of Chaos. Man, they better increase the size of Kolek. Dev note. Let's see. This is the rework. I expect the most here. Okay. Getting some water, getting thirsty here. It's water. Whiskey is in the freezer. Those hell scourgers maybe put the whiskey in the freezer just in case. If there's a follow-up. The Warriors of Chaos are effectively a brand new faction rebuilt from the ground up with a bunch of cool new features adopted from the Champions of Chaos. Essentially everything has changed, so we won't go into too much detail, but here are the headlines. New feature Warbands, new feature Chaos Gifts and Eye of the Gods, new feature Dark Fortresses and Norse and Homelands, new tech tree, upgraded skill trees and the faction effects. It's a whole new game, boys. It's a lot, and we are very excited for you to get your hands on it and give us some feedback. We're definitely gonna get some feedback. We do want to mention that we have heard your feedback regarding the lack of confederation for Warriors of Chaos. We really wanted to do it, but there's a lot of tricky interactions between it, and the new Warriors of Chaos features that have proved very difficult to resolve, particularly related to non-legend characters and their skills and upgrade paths. We're hoping to get a limited form of confederation in for Archaon and Bellicor in an upcoming patch, while we investigate more generalized solutions to some of the problems of confederation. Okay. With the arrival of Champions of Chaos, the Warriors of Chaos had a major roster expansion. Mortal units from other monogod factions, such as Skullcrusher of Khorne and Hellsire's Nation, now feature as choices in the Warriors of Chaos roster. We have implemented the long-awaited bigger Chaos Steeds. By doing this, we have also altered the way that the Chaos Cavalry are set up in the game, which allows for much greater flexibility when it comes to altering the scale of assets and configuring riders. Riders and mounts across the Warriors of Chaos feature new synchronized attack animations, which should optimize their performance in combat. So, the Chaos Knights buff we've been waiting for. On top of the additional plethora of new marked units, which the Warriors of Chaos are limited to taking a maximum of 4 in multiplayer battles, older Chaos characters have also received a refreshed set of items, which should help to rejuvenate their roster a fair bit. Older Chaos characters have also received a refreshed set of items. Arcane has been updated with a new mixed spell lore with the following spells: Spirit Lich, Searing Doom, Burning Head, Flaming Sword of Ruin, Transmission Lead, Purple Son of Zeros. Ooh, Spirit Lich and Searing Doom and Arcane, nice. He also made several tweaks to his speed stats. Walk speed 15 to 18, run speed 30-35, charge speed 40-48. Run speed when mounted on Dorgas 78 to 94, acceleration mounted on Dorgas 670, charge speed. They're giving us a more detailed speed info here. This would be nice. Look at this. They're giving us information that we can't even see in the game. So we go to a unit, we mouse over speed, and this is what we get. We get nothing. We had all the speed information here. All the speed information they're telling us here. Walk speed, run speed, charge speed, acceleration, where's all this shit? Why not just mouse over speed and tell us all this information, right? I find it pointless when I talk about hidden stuff that we have no access to, and then they're talking that they're adjusting them. And like 2 months later, nobody will gonna know about these stats because they don't exist in the game. Additions, new item, Armor of Morkar. It's not a new item, he already had Armor of Morkar, what the hell? New item, Armor of Morkar. Arcane had all the full set of items, except, and I wanna say Arcane item. Gets finally flaming attacks, and new ability, Paragon of Ruin. Armor of Morkar was his second best item. The Eye of Shirian was his best item. 25% ward save 1. This is for multiplayer? Aspiring champions. What do we have here? How many times have we discussed this shit in Warhammer 2? Hit points from 3000 to 7800. What do we have here? Big change to melee defense, but look at that health increase. This looks like extreme. This is a scary looking unit with no abilities. They do have that shitty battle skill, which is not as good as the other ones. Where are the abilities? But the base stats look like crazy compared to what they used to be. For sure, for sure. It looks like a bunch of heroes now, right? No, they must have access to stuff in the game, right? But the base stats look pretty good. Cheetah's got more mass. Chaos Knights are faster. Yeah. I made the Chaos Knights faster. Chaos Giants got 15 missile resist. It took 6 years, but finally. They got the missile resistance in the same patch they finally started balancing range. Dragon Ogre got a wall breaker. Nothing about the size of these units. I guess they just kept them the same. Forsaken is Forsaken. Gorby's Chariot got a big mass increase. Precision visual effects of the Hell Cannon. Oleg Sun Eater, building damage multiplier, so he does more damage now to the buildings. Wallbreaker and Tempest Rage, but nothing about his size or mass. Sun Eater, right? This guy said 113 speed, what the hell? Not 110? They must have hired some guy from StarCraft 2 now that the StarCraft 2 is dying. Doing that esports nice and good. Mirror Guard Chaos Warriors, let's see here. They lost 3 base damage but get 1 AP. The slower. What? They added a different ability, I guess, maybe because of that. Oh, fuck me, where's the search option here? God damn it! Yeah, they used to be faster. So they buff Lord and a hero with 10 defense, huh? At least got a little bit of flavor, that's nice. There's still Regiment Renowned, so that's good. A little bit more flavor here. They got magical attacks, huh? Okay, that's good, that's good. Magical attacks. Prince Sigvald the Magnificent. Oh man. If they haven't created the most beautiful fucking important diplomacy, that's gonna be a book in the... entry in the book. Have you guys seen his picture? It's like it's stuck on PlayStation 2 days, not even Warhammer 1. Mortal Blow, Paragon Excess, new item Sliver Slash. It does have base physical resistance now. Uh-huh. So they're also buffing some of these old regiments of renown. Finally, a Forsaken causing fear. There's a big speed nerf here. Undivided Chaos Lord. So the dragon has more mass, as a Chaos Chariot mount as well. That's cool. Like this gotta be multiplayer stuff, right? They nerfed Undivided Chaos Sorcerer arm by 20. There's a Chaos Warshine mount available. So it looks like there's a bunch of characters now for Chaos as well. I need what Exalted Hero has Chaos Chariot now available as well, not just a Manticore. Weird Spawn has damage infinity to 20. Is that a word save or physical? It's physical. You got a barrier. Okay, this enough emergency unit. Apocalyptic Charge was the Swords of Chaos ability. What do I do now? Increase charge bonus by 20%, charge by 10%, range 35 minutes, range 30 seconds. This used to be map wide. They nerfed this. It's kinda poor build now, it's only 35 meters. But I guess if you use additional cavalry like lancers with them, you could get something out of it. Not a lot though. Supreme Vanity. Possibility affects all lords and heroes within range. That's the Mirror Guard, right? Tempest Rage, that's Colic. Self, active ability. So he gets a big offense increase for 36 seconds. This is the items that we're mentioning. Corroded armor start instead of poison the Field Mace. That's this one is a little bit weird. "26 seconds on the Silver Slash and 2-minute cooldown." Oh man. The Skull of Katama looks better. I think it's Silver Slash, yeah. The Armor of Morkan is actually an ability on top of his armor. 29 seconds and 2-minute cooldown. 29 defense for all allies within range. Crown of Damnation has the same stats, they just added Terror. If they haven't mentioned Slayer of Kings or the Eye of Shiran here, it looks like they haven't done anything to it. At least they haven't touched the Eye. Wood Elves. We're getting to the bottom, boys. While Wood Elves have received a limited set of changes, they will now be able to heal 2 new forests, each of which has new narrative encounters to resolve and bonuses to unlock. Guys, don't give me Pepe Laugh here. You know Pepe Laugh makes me stressed. On the Bella side, we found that we needed to increase the performance of their melee infantry to help them compete with other faction. Would else need the performance of the melee infantry? Get the fuck out of here, man. Who plays this game? It's like one of the most terrifying melee effects in the game. While wood elves remain excellent at skirmishing and range combat in general, melee has always been an intentional Achilles heel. Fuck me! What the fuck? This is like a crazy melee faction. It will be less of one now thanks to changes to Dryads and Blade Singers. Wood Elves will also benefit from Dragon Overhaul, allowing them to break up and out of infantry mobs. Has to be multiplayer, right? Blade Singers got more attack, more charge, and more anti-infantry. This is literally one of the deadliest units in the game, and they got more. Well, at least they didn't get magic attacks. Oh shit, I think they got all the magic attacks for a moment. Oh, yeah, they got magic attacks. Dryads got 3 more attack, 6 more damage, and more charge. Ooh, keep it up, CA, keep it up. Nice. Oh yeah, that's a good one. It's like, Dryads are, according to the devs, damage dealer, but this unit has been created like a combination of, you know, pretty impressive early game stats with some damage. Like, you know, 60 armor and 20% physical resistance. And they're fast. But they need to get more. And that's gonna be so nice for Durtu and Draika. I mean, while I like this thing here, this thing is ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. Well, this I liked about the Dryads because Dryads don't have good technology. So I approve this. But they already had good base stats. Especially since they added aspects, right? Forest Dragon get even more health, more armor, more mass. Okay. Does it still have the same physical resistance? Yeah, I like the dragons being stronger. Lost Silver Knights, Great Stag Knights, got health increase for lower physical resist. That's the Regiment Down one, right? Oh man, those guys are gonna be insane in charge. This is a pure AP damage. Pure armor piercing weapon damage cavalry that hits hard in collision and charge. And they're gonna do pure armor piercing damage on top of frenzy. This guy is gonna hit really hard. Because if it's pure AP damage, the charge is gonna add more pure AP damage. It's gonna be nuts. This is one of those units that's just gonna be steamrolling the fight when you apply it right. I like regiments around like this because you wanna put in the army, not keep it as an emergency. And you're gonna have fun with it on the battlefield. That is a mega damage in this unit. Okay. Some abilities got buffed here in a mount. That's a scaling effect on Draika, and I think this is a passive buff on the Twilight Dragon. While Wood Elves remain excellent at skirmishing and range combat in general, melee has always been an intentional Achilles heel. It's like never, and nobody tried to use this faction in melee with healing and stuff. Literally, I attacked the forest once with the dwarves, and there was no blade singers still in the game. Blade singers didn't even exist. And my Longbeard battle line got charged by the Wildwood Rangers. All my Longbeards dead. They literally couldn't even tank them. They just all died. Wildwood Rangers. And the Blade Singers like twice as deadly. So we are at the campaign side of things. Below are the changes to the overworld campaign and world mechanics. General updates. Fix an issue where the Lord's name would not be listed in the later event message when a lone army is returned after dying from attrition. Fix an issue when unit stats would not update when moving between territories with different forms of corruption. Fix several bug character animations throughout the campaign map. I don't care about prologue. The Realm of Chaos. 4 new provinces have been added to the Realm of Chaos campaign. Middle Mountains, Northern Wastelands, Marches of Coron and Albion. Other changes. The 4 new champions of Chaos factions will now be present within the Realm of Chaos campaign. They do not participate in the race of Ursenmar. They will pursue their own unique agenda set around the ancient city of Zambijin. Here we read this. To accommodate the new champions of Chaos starting positions, several regions have had their ownership updated. Several new AI factions have been added to the map, including the Marches of Kron, led by Loon Lioncross Vassal Earl Albert, and Winter, led by Troll King. So this is something that hasn't happened in either Vortex, right? They've been adding more provinces to the campaign. Well, if I have to play Realm of Chaos for more achievements, well, next year. Weijin is available as a Grand Carthan settlement with 10 building slots. That's that city on the top, right? Reduce the number of frequency of Kirin Worm spawns to account for the presence of Zazel in Northern Bastion. And they nerfed Cathay here. They're gonna have less money now. Kurgan Warbands can no longer declare war on most Chaos Alliance factions. Is that capital of Cathay? Nangao is the capital of the on the northern provinces. Beijing is a settlement that starts on minor faction. On the top of the wall, right? You mean like the capital of the race? The player can now collect multiple weapons from Korn's realm. Huh. We couldn't do that before? I swear I had all of them once. When in the Korn's realm, the air control demon prince will no longer try and collect magic weapons from the points of interest. Because he can equip items. Armies summoned via Chaos Rifts should now always target the settlement of the region where they respawned. Instead of them roaming around, huh? That was a little bit weird. I thought they had actually some brain cells to, you know, do some smarter moves, but it was actually not intentional. Immortal Empires. Fix an issue where enforcement lines will display when hovering the mouse over settlements with hidden Skaven, thereby revealing their presence to the player. Always the Skaven issues, them being invisible, causing some problems to the campaign. Added item sets for Warhammer 1, 2 Legend Lords who had 2 or more quest items. Added item sets for all Warhammer 1 and 2 Legend Lords who had 2 or more quest items. So now all the older lords gonna have set bonuses now. Looking forward to see what those are. Marcus Ulhard no longer stands with his mouth open during campaign animations. Okay. Battles. Below are battle-specific changes made throughout the game. Okay, let's see what this is. Collision has been removed from all unit corpses, so it was causing padding fighting issues. Overall, this should improve the response of units' battle. That's big. Fixed an issue that would cause the sorceress mounted and the supreme sorceress to T-pose after dying. That cursed T-posing, always a problematic. How many times they fix this thing and it keeps coming back to the game? Fixed a rare issue with units that could fire while moving, which would result in entities getting stuck and failing to respond to new orders. Fix an issue which caused the Battle Raider to disappear when toggling help during a battle. Fix several bugged animations in battle. Ambush battles. Older ambush battle mobs have been updated with a new withdraw mechanic. Domination battles are a small player don't care. Mine settlement battles. Never note. Older factions from Warhammer 1 and 2 now have mine settlement battles in the campaign. These battle mobs are also accessible through the front end battle menu. So looks like Bertoni have two different ones. Dark Elves have two different ones. High Elves, Dark Elves 2, High Elves 3. This one have only one. Or maybe that's just for the custom battle. You would think, this being, such a large company now, they could have added a little bit more variety to these battlefields instead of just adding one and two layouts. It's always been a problem in Warhammer 2, not enough layouts. Just like one more layout for every faction would all be huge. Lower changes to the systems that arrive in the Immortal Emperor's update to support and enhance the gameplay of Total War Warhammer 3. Fix several issues which would result in graphical artifacting. Fix an issue which would cause shadow scars by flying units in battle to flicker on the landscape. Nothing about, bugs with Belacor, Demon Prince, or the Bloodthirster getting stuck. Tone down the enthusiastic fire effects of Trikin Regiment or Renown units. Improve the visual effects of deployment zones with multiple battle mobs. Early unit banner height normalization. Cyclical banners that hover above units and have undergone a full review. I don't even use this. I use the unit icons. Audio. Each race available in Warhammer 3 now utilize a modular UI sound effect system which plays unique UI sound effects for the given faction. It almost looks like that in Sylvania. Yeah, I found the fixed instances where unit and character voice lines would fail to trigger. All 27 lords of magic now have bespoke casting sounds. Or hold the front end campaign and faction selection menus. Players can now select between 3 different UI color schemes and settings menu. Per issue with the English and Turkish version of the Apocalypse warning display at the start of the game. Remove the reinforcement prediction accuracy references as all factions now have 100% prediction accuracy. All Warhammer 3 factions now use hand-drawn settlement occupation images rather than the original icons. Resize the campaign objectives panel to make more space for the teleport button. Update the build tooltips and bells to more accurately convey explosion damage. The move to area of attrition cursor now displays as intended. Updated the Greenskins WoW ability icon for improved ability. Fix an issue where cancelling province commandment would fail to remove the commandment from play. Fix an issue which preventing the addition of units as a reinforcing army by double-clicking to quickly add them. Each army tab now has an active state to allow the choice of where to add units. Improve the ability of cost of a exotic panel when hovering over individual items. When attacking Demon Prince army with an agent, the Demon Prince icon will now be visible in the agent action panel. Fix several issues where certain portraits of lords and heroes in the recruitment panel appear stretched. Work Nation interface, a list of allies and vassals can now be accessed via a dedicated button next to the minimap. Looking forward. Update 2.0 introduced a variety of changes to nearly every aspect of the game, see above, which means that our focus will turn to implementing fixes, making adjustments, and continuing to improve the game as players experience all the new content. Our priorities will in large part be driven by the feedback we receive from you, the players. To that end, there are a few key places we'll be looking for your commentary and reports. Immortal Empire's public beta official forum, discussion boards on Steam. It's for feedback, and there's bugs also, so they don't take anything from Reddit, huh? Doubt. Well, they said they are taking this time. Well, there will be room for hotfix in the event of any critical issues. The first expected release, update 2.1, which is always scheduled to arrive 2 weeks, September 6th. Note that this will not include any fixes or responses to any immediate reports we receive. Rather, it includes several critical changes and fixes based on early access feedback that we want to implement sooner than later. So they already taken the early access feedback. How long was this game in early access? I don't mean the 6 months of Warhammer 3 realm, because the early access Immortal Empire's beta. 2 weeks. Due to testing and releasing timelines, they unfortunately could not be included in update 2.0. Nonetheless, you can look for them in their own build soon. You can also find some of what's on the way below. Come early October, you can look forward to update 2.2, the first planned release to include adjustments based on your feedback and reports. We're less certain what this build will include, since it will be based on your experience in the first month. We'll be watching closely to see where the most impactful tweaks can be made for the most people. We do know we'll be adding some star post adjustments for a few legend lords such as Teclis, Krag, Kairos, and Altanar based on initial feedback. Assembly kit. Update 2.1 Zinch Doom Knights model update. Zinch Doom Knights will receive a glow up in update 2.1 as they got new model befitting of their glory. Update 2.1 Chaos Warriors of Chaos Confederation. We're looking at introducing a limited way for Archaon and Be'lakor to confederate other Warriors of Chaos factions. This is the first step along the way to introducing better and more varied ways to allow players to collect all their favorite legendary lords under a single banner. Update 2.1 Ultimate Crisis Mode. That's a new menu. Following the addition of various endgame scenarios to the game, Update 2.1 will add a toggleable option to trigger all endgame scenarios in the same save game if you so desire. All. It looks like there are 5 of them right now. It looks something like Chaos Invasion. While this will not be toggled by default, this is a great option for players who want to add all the endgame spices needed to keep things chaotic. Here's a quick list of some of the other key fixes coming up at 2.1. Tweaking the starting conditions for Be'lakor to offer him more flexibility and options in his early game. Adding missing text to the Hero Academy notification for Isabella and Vlad von Karsten. Adding the correct settlement R for the Tir Tikwa settlement. Zinch Doom Knights will be made available in the recruitment pool for Sigil, Archaon, Kolak, and Village. Adding clarity to the victory conditions of Grudge Too Far and a Valhunt endgame scenarios. Grudge Too Far dwarves are gonna be endgame now. What the? Ensuring that the Master Engineer is a high priority pick for garrison forces. A garage too far event will trigger when the invasion begins rather than 4 turns too late. Fixing an issue where our ornamentation on the Palace of Princess walls can block artillery damage. Elk will be made available in custom multiple battles regardless of whether you complete the Realm of Chaos campaign. Yeah, boys, that's the patch notes. Gotta say, pretty good patch notes. But they bring Immortal Empire, so it gotta be pretty good, right? That took only 6 hours. Well, we're gonna do a short break now, and then we're gonna start looking what's in the game here. We're gonna go over all the races one at a time. We're not gonna go in order. We're not gonna go in order. I'm gonna check one everybody probably wants to see first. And yeah, then we'll go further. I'll see you guys after a short break.